All right, and YouTube has picked us up, so we will go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. I'm Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers. I will introduce the rest of our Pardon Board members that are with us for today's hearing. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the Director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, Deputy District Attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We also have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers. He is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to this board and served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years, and he retired in 2018. With us also is board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have with us today a board member, Noble Ray, who served with the Madison Police Department for almost 28 years, including as Chief of Police here in Madison from 2004 to 2013. Noble led the U.S. Justice Department's Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative and currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the nation and the world. So that is your collection of board members today. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items before we get started here. So as you heard me say, this hearing is being live streamed. It is on both Wisconsin Eye and YouTube today. So we'll ask that you please mute yourself and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will just help us make sure we can hear everyone and focus on the person who's speaking. If you do run into any IT issues today, don't worry. Someone from the team will give you a call and sort out whatever issues you're having. And if you do not have functioning technology, when it is your turn in the agenda, we will come back to you as soon as those issues are fixed. We will call folks up today to share their stories in the order that is listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. When it is your turn, you will have about 3 minutes to share your story by answering the questions that were sent to you in advance. And then there may or may not be questions from the board members. Don't read into it too much either way. If there are or not questions, sometimes everything is just answered based on your application and what you said, and sometimes we need a little bit more clarity. So as a reminder, the 3 questions that you were sent in advance that you'll be speaking to during your 3 minutes are a brief summary of the offenses you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, any additional education, and third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon today and why you believe the board should refer you and the governor should grant you one. Again, if we have any questions, we'll follow up on that. But then once the board is done asking you questions, you are welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom meeting. You don't need to stick around all day. You'll hear from the office either way in about a month or 2 following up on today's hearing. Once everyone is heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor, and you need a majority of board members present in support of that recommendation for your application to go to the governor. The governor will either grant or reject your pardon application, and either way, you'll hear from our office in about a month or 2, letting you know the outcome. So we will start with our morning session of applicants. And first on the agenda is Mr. John Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, if you're with us in the Zoom, please turn your camera on and unmute. Okay, we may not, oh, nope, I see Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, if you're able to turn your camera on and unmute, we're ready to hear from you.
Okay, I just clicked on unmute. Can you hear me now?
There we go. We can hear you. We can't yet see you.
Start my video. Can you see me now?
We sure can. All right, Mr. Ferguson, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, as you know, my name is John Ferguson. I'm chemical dependent. I haven't used drugs in 42 years. My first conviction was soliciting prostitution in Mantua, Wisconsin. I took a lady friend up there to dance, and she was involved in prostitution. I went up there with my cousin to see about her, and she identified me as the person that took her up there, and I was convicted of 1 year state sentence to Waupun Correctional. And later in life, I was in Madison, Wisconsin with some friends, and during the time I was using drugs, it was heroin, and we were in a hotel, and I did sell another guy, Ravon Gardner, some of the heroin. And so the police, they kicked the door down in the hotel. They said they saw me, saw drugs on the floor, and I received 3 years in Green Bay Correctional Institution. And later in life, 1980, I was convicted of multiple drug convictions in Racine County. And I received 32.5 years in Waupun Correctional Institution. And upon my incarceration, I used drugs in Waupun for approximately 2 years. Last time I used, I determined something's got to be wrong with me. I'm in Waupun with 32.5 years and I'm still using drugs. That's when I convinced myself that I was chemical dependent, a drug addict. So I stopped using in Waupun. Later, I was transferred to Fox Lake Correctional Institution, where I received vocational training, construction carpentry, blueprint reading, masonry, and machine shop. And after I received that, I was in Fox Lake probably 4, 5, 7 years. Then I went to the 6-month drug program. 6-month drug program in Winnebago. It was intense. And after I got done with the drug program in Winnebago, I was transferred to the halfway house. I was there for a period of time in Milwaukee where I got released. Upon my release, I wasn't chemical dependent, but I'm always a drug addict because I used before. And so I worked various jobs. My auntie, she had a balloon store. So she had a balloon store. I asked her questions, how you do that, how I do this, and she helped me get my first balloon business, Balloons on the KK. And so I was in Balloons on the KK a couple of years. Then I moved the store to Villard. I was there 10 years. And then I blew Balloons on the KK, the toys, balloon cage, and accessories. 10 years on Villard. And I did 10 years on North Avenue. And in that period of time, I was fortunate enough to accumulate me a property. And then I accumulated 3 properties. And so I went into mental health because my niece was in mental health. Prior to that, I was in a limousine service because my father had passed. He had a 1984 limousine. So my brother was in limousine business. And so I asked him questions how to do that. So I opened up 24-hour limousine service. I did that for a few years because I had the vehicle. And then later in 2015, I went to Better Days Family Love, LLC, mental health. And that's what I'm into now. And during my mental health experience, I was unable to get contract with community care because of my past convictions, because I can only get one with family care. And so I had a 50% chance of being successful in the mental health business. And so if I get a pardon, it will give me 100% chance of pursuing my career into the mental health. So that's where I'm at now. And I have 1 property. I sold 1 property. I have 1 property. I rent rooms. I've been in the rooming business for 2015 too. So I was a landlord for so many years and I had so many evictions. So I tried to try something else because my mortgage was steady getting high and that's the only way I could maintain my properties. So right now I have a rooming house and I have 6 tenants. I've been helping the community with balloons and by being a landlord.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Let's see if board members have any questions for you. Jerry, I saw you come off mute.
Mr. Ferguson, we talk about being in the mental health business. What do you have in mind? What's your plan for that?
I have adult family home.
Okay,
Ever since 2015, I was licensed by the state of Wisconsin. Adult family home. 6 client groups.
and how would a pardon increase your ability to serve?
Because of my background, I could only get one contract. I couldn't get a contract with community care because of my background check. But if I had a clean record, I would have. Everybody else got 100% because they can get a contract with community care and my choice. But I could only get a contract with my choice. Community care denied my application because of my background check. But if I had a clean record, I would have 100% chance of getting contract with other agencies.
Thank you.
Because my record will be clear.
Thank you. Cindy, I saw a question from you.
I actually have 2 questions. Good morning, Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning.
The first question is, in your statement about the crime, the one in Racine County, you wrote, "I was convicted on circumstantial evidence." But so my question is, did you sell drugs?
I was using drugs and I did sell some.
Okay. I just
That's what over the years, that's what I was. Everybody that used drugs, they more prone to sell them because they're trying to take care of their habit.
Yep.
But I was in denial to that. But at 42 years, I haven't used drugs, but I could smoke 1 marijuana cigarette and take 1 drink and be all over again.
Yeah.
That's what I learned about myself when Winnebago, and I was in an AOD class. And so I learned about myself. And I still am chemical dependent. I've just been sober for 42 years.
All right. Well, congratulations on your sobriety. My second question is, in the application process, it's not required, but people are encouraged to submit letters of support for their pardon application. And you didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
I didn't submit any letters of support because I didn't have anybody but my family that really knowed about my past. And so I've been self-employed, and that's the only person I had was my family. That's a few that's left.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? All right, Mr. Ferguson, I think we are all set. Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Okay.
Mr. Smith is next, and yes, I already saw you on camera, Mr. Smith, so we will turn it over to you. Oh, we do just need you to unmute yourself. Not quite yet. There we go. I think that worked.
Is that better? Okay.
Alrighty, go ahead, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kevin Smith. I'm 49 years old. I was convicted of the felonies that I committed almost 31 years ago. At the time, I was probably running with the wrong crowd. School grades were slipping. I was 16, 17 when we started doing these things, and there was multiple kids involved at the time, and some young adults even. And you get caught up in things that the difference between right and wrong, and you try to figure them out as a young person. It just, things escalated in that year and a half to almost 2 years, and I went down the wrong road and did the wrong things, and I'm guilty of all the things I done there. I didn't ever think I'd have a chance to go and do a pardon and do all this stuff. But as my life went on, other people had talked to me, and if you say you're a felon, and they say, well, why don't you go for a pardon? So some of the letters that you guys have gotten from me, from my letters and recommendation, some of them are a little bit older, even during the Walker era of Governor Walker. So some of it started back then, and it continued into now. I didn't believe in myself as much to go and get a pardon as other people did to me, and tell me, no, you should go and do this, because you know, you're deserving of it and so forth, and you're a good person. And when they found out that I was a felon, I was always scared to say anything because I thought, what are they going to think of me? You know? So when you tell somebody that, you know, their response back to me was, you know, well, you're obviously not that same person that you were then, you know. I think a lot of it had to do with my grades getting caught up back in the day and not being able to compete in sports, and then trying to find out who you actually belong with or who you should hang out with, or and when my grades didn't get up to par and I wasn't able to play sports, I went with the other kids that weren't playing sports and got into other things that they were doing because they weren't into the school system as much. And I just kind of got caught up into all that, and I found somebody that actually accepted me at the time, you know. So therefore, I think I was more of a follower than I was a leader with the group of kids that I was hanging around with. I think I just got accepted into that group, so I felt more comfortable, and things happened, and we broke into some hunting cabins, and we stole some booze and some beer, and then we would party a little bit more. And it was, like I said, there was multiple kids that were involved in this. So one weekend you might be with a group that did this, and the next weekend you might be with a group that did this. And it all kind of just escalated, and we got caught all at once. Everybody got caught. And as a matter of fact, during the time, there was other people that I had done things with that wrote statements out against me. And I thought, well, it wasn't fair to that person to write that statement out because they put all the blame on to me when they were with me when I did this. So at the time, knowing the difference between right and wrong, I wrote out a statement myself, and I told the truth on the statement. I even had the detectives at the time from Clark County and Chippewa County. I said, I will show you what I did, and I will take you to the cabins that I robbed, and broken into and stuff. So I actually rode around with the detectives and showed them the things that I did. Some of the other kids wouldn't admit to what they had done, and they got out with lighter sentences and so forth. And because I admitted my guilt and my wrong back in the time, it just the way that it kind of went. And I ended up with 2 felony convictions out of it. I went to one county for one. A month or so later, I went to another county, and they said, well, you're a repeater. So they gave me another one. So I ended up with 2 of them. Since then, I've been married. I've raised 3 children. They've all went to college. My youngest one is graduating in December. I've had my construction painting business for many years. I work out of Eau Claire. I drive every day to Eau Claire or surrounding areas. I'm a very busy person. So I very family oriented. I try to get done as soon as I can when the kids were younger, to get home, do their activities, and spend time with them. We live on a small hobby farm here. The kids all raise their chickens and their beef, and I tried to bring them up in a different way than I was brought up. My parents weren't around a lot. My dad had his own business and was busy doing that. My mom was a caregiver at a Wisconsin facility here in Chippewa, the Northern Colony. She was also going to school full time to become a nurse. So there wasn't a lot of adult family people around at the time. So I kind of had free running at the time, and maybe that's why my grades slipped, and maybe that's why I fell into the groove of people that I fell into. I can tell you today, I'm not that person. I don't have any intent. I don't have any reason to go and take things. As odd as it sounds, I watch over my neighbor's cabin down the road here. And that was one of the cabins that I broke into almost 30 years ago. It's a different owner, of course. I have the keys right behind me hanging on my wall where the rest of the keys are for his cabin. I look after it. I take care of it. We're good friends. We're actually going on a fishing trip next weekend. I've met a lot of good people through my children, wrestling. We've done a lot of that over the years with my son. The cheer squads with my daughter. Some weekends my wife would go one way and I would go the other way. And we got to know a lot of really good people through the sports activities, whether it be through school or through the clubs that the kids were in. So we were doing a lot of things like that with our kids and stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure that if we have questions from board members that we can get to them.
Absolutely. I would rather take questions than try to explain anything. If you guys have anything you need to ask, go ahead.
That sounds good. Board members, any questions for Mr. Smith? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Morning.
How would a pardon change your life?
Well, I think that I'm early enough in my life yet that, like I said, I'm 49. I think I could do a lot more for the community, a lot more for going into the wrestling room and looking around at the wrestling room. And I keep going back to this, but I see a lot of the kids that are in there that are single parent kids. So they join a sport to be around somebody because somebody might not be at home, or if there is somebody at home, it might be, unpleasant for them to be there, more than half of the kids that I've seen over the years come through are coming from divorced parents, whether, they live with mom or dad, or mom has a boyfriend or dad has a girlfriend. Somebody's there, but these kids kind of fall in the trap of not having anybody there for them. It seems for some reason, the kids, when I walk into the room, the kids are like, Mr. Smith, and this and that. And they get so excited to see me, and we do different things, whether it be in the wintertime, winter break comes, the high school kids, wrestlers, they need to stay in shape. They need to be healthy and everything through the holiday time that there is no wrestling tournaments and stuff. So we'd go out snowshoeing, we'd go out and build bonfires, we'd go do different things with these kids to try to keep them active and not have them have that lull moment at home. There's a lot of my friends here. Some of the local farmers even are in the sportsmen's clubs that have asked me, hey, I have 2 kids, but I can only hunt with this one, or I can only do that. Can you go and sit with them? I can't even go and sit with that young child because of these felonies. I can't be around that stuff. So I think it would just open the doors up so much more for me, to have these lifted. And there's so much more time, there's no promise for tomorrow, but, I'm hoping that I got 25 good years yet that I can go out and help the community or help these kids yet, is my goal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Smith? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Smith, and you are welcome to enjoy the rest of your morning. No need to hang out on the Zoom. Thank you for sharing with us today.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
You as well. Mr. Cracker, you are up next. Cracker, you'll have to tell me how to say your last name to start. Oh, you're on mute.
Yes, it's Craker.
Cracker, all right, Mr. Cracker, we'll turn it over to you.
I'm a nervous wreck. Good morning. 40 years ago, got stuck in the drinking trap, and it actually started 45 years ago. I was drinking early, quit school, went to work right away, moved to Wisconsin Rapids, got in trouble, got a felony, stayed working. Figured out that wasn't the thing to do anymore. I thought I was a smart one, you know, quitting school and all. Got in trouble, went into a tavern after hours. I don't even know how we got in there. I just kind of woke up in there and went to court, got the 5-year probation. It was a 5-year prison sentence first. He postponed it or stayed it, I think, for probation. The longest 5 years of my life was that 5 minutes waiting for him to stay that. I didn't know what was going on. I thought I was going to jail. So after that, got through the probation, stayed working, had a baby, moved up to Holcomb by Ladysmith, worked on a farm for a little bit, helped my grandfather, moved to Janesville, stayed working, different place, finally got into a construction company. That's what I wanted to do my whole life anyway, was work in construction. Got through that, had another baby at 90, and that one changed my life. Got married. My wife died of Alzheimer's. I kept her home for 7 of the 8 years she made it through. I kept her home with me. That was a rough one too, but now my son's got 2 boys and a young daughter, and they're all ready to start hunting. I bought some land for them guys, for my son to hunt on. And the boys are old enough now, they're gonna start, and I'd like to be able to go with them and help get them into the right way of doing things. They're pretty good kids now. So I'd like to be able to get a pardon. It's been on my mind for 40 years. The way I seen it in the past, it was next to impossible, so I never tried. Now after going through this, I just hope to get that monkey off my back. It's been eating on me forever. I don't know what else to say, but thank you for the opportunity. Thank Governor Evers. I haven't done much community service. I worked in construction, which was sun up till dark, 6 days plus a week. Raised my kids, stayed home with my son every time, the whole time. I never went out and worked like my dad did. He worked in another city every week. He was never home during the week. And I swore to myself that I was not going to raise my kids that way, and I didn't. And I was always worried, and really worried my boss was going to find out he was an old timer, old school, and he never did find out, but it would have killed me if he would have. And it still bothers me to this day that I got this monkey on my back, and I just, hopefully for the opportunity that we can get this resolved once and for all. I haven't been in trouble since. I quit drinking. I haven't drank for 20 years. I'm disabled. So I got the time to spend with my grandkids, and they're angels. And I'd like to be able to teach them what life is, other than
Thank you, Mr. Krieger.
computers and phones. I try to keep them away from that as much as I can. It don't do much good, but there's a lot more to do than being a phone. So I don't know what more I can say, but I'm nervous. I don't know if you can tell.
That's okay, Mr. Greger. Why don't we turn it over to the board members and see if we have questions for you? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
When you were convicted and put on probation, you were ordered to pay restitution, correct?
Yes,
Like, I think it was about $1,300, along with whoever else was convicted at the same time.
yes,
Did you pay that restitution?
yes, I did.
And how much do you know how much you paid?
I have no idea. It was a lot. It took me a long time.
Because the records, and they're not always accurate, I'll be the first one to say that. Records seem to suggest that there's still $800 or $870 of restitution owing. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't. That's the reason I was let off early, was because I was able to come up with the last amount of money. And I paid the last amount of money off, and they let me off probation like 6 months early.
Okay.
It wasn't much. If they'd have told me a year earlier, I could have had it paid off, I think.
Uh-huh.
But they let me off like early because of it.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any questions, I'd be happy to look into it and see. Yeah,
Well,
I'd
there's
sure
a
like to get-
couple, there are a couple possible explanations. One is that the records are just wrong. Another is that you were ordered to pay, or your probation agent had you pay your share of it. But the other people didn't pay their share. And so it's still showing up as a balance owed, even though you paid your portion, because you were ordered to be responsible for each of you were ordered to be responsible for the whole amount. So it's hard to say
Right.
without looking into it more, but I just wanted to get your take on it. So thank you.
Yeah. The guy I got in trouble with talked to my father years later, and he had what I assumed was already paid and got pardoned.
Okay, well,
You know-
it could be an error in the records.
Geez, I sure hate to have that bite me, but that would be minor compared to what's bitten me for 40 years.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Noble, did you have a question for Mr. Quaker as well?
Yes, just really quickly. Thank you for being here, Mr. Quaker. When you discussed your felony or the incident that brought you here, it was kind of brief. Could you talk about that a bit more? What happened that night? What was going on? That whole thing?
Well, me and my buddies were always drinking. If we weren't working, we were drinking. And we went to the tavern that night. And we didn't have enough to drink when the tavern closed, as far as I know. On the way home, I don't know how we got into the place. I assume my buddy broke the door. I don't know. It could have been me. I have no idea. I kind of must have blacked out, because when I kind of come to, I was in the tavern and it was closed and it was pretty empty. And I grabbed something out of the freezer and there was nothing else to drink. Everything was put away. I think it was like a bar that they only use during special occasions, so that it wasn't stocked at all. Woke up in the morning, found the thing in the freezer, and within 2 days we were arrested. And it was quick and right to the point. There was no arguing. We were there.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, there ain't really much I can say about it.
Thank you. Cindy, question?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Craker. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged but not required to submit letters of support for their application, and you didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Well, I really didn't have a clergyman or someone that would support me during this. I worked in the same job for 25 years. I worked with the same people for 28 years. And I really didn't want them to know about the felony. It was these guys, I think they would have understood, young and dumb, but the only letters I did get was back from the Wood County, from the district attorney and the judge, saying they had no problem with it. But I just didn't really know who I could get to give me a letter.
Okay. I think it's the judge and the DA had no opinion. I don't think
Right.
it's different from they have no problem.
Oh.
Thank you.
I hope it's a good thing with no opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Craker. Unless we have any more questions, I think that we will let you go about enjoying the rest of your morning. And looks like the board is set. So thank you very much for taking the time to be with us, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Maybe I can quit shaking now.
Hopefully the rest of the day is more relaxing. Certainly wish that for you.
My nerves are shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Johnson is our next applicant. I believe I saw Mr. Johnson in the Zoom. There we go. All right, we'll turn it over to you, sir.
Yes, my name is Robert Johnson, and I was convicted of, first of all, having marijuana when I was younger. Later on in life, I got an attempt to deliver some drugs. So when I got incarcerated, I did 4 years in. I got 8 years altogether, 4 years in, 4 years out. I completed that while I was incarcerated. I also got several certificates on small engines, Hondas, building services, and completed that and come home and also got my air brakes at that time. So after 4 years in, 4 years out, I completed the whole 8 with no problems, no police contact. And so now I got my air brakes. I drive the 18-wheelers and dump trucks. So I'm excited about that. I got married, raised my 4 kids. What else did I do? Well, I'm really looking forward to getting a pardon on, because I always want to be a fireman. So I want to give that a shot if possible, and open up a non-emergency business like transportation. You take the peoples to the dialysis and all that. I got a few friends doing it, but by being a felon, I'm not qualified for it. So that's my reason for the pardon. I don't have too much more else to give, or to say. So I would turn it back over to you guys if possible.
We'll open up for questions then. I have one for you.
Sure.
And it's like we've got a few more in queue here. Mr. Johnson, one of the felonies that you're seeking a pardon today is failure to pay court-ordered child support. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened there and about your relationship with that child now?
Oh, we're wonderful. I wasn't working, just busy running the streets at that time. So once I got the job, got stable, I'm all done with that. I don't owe. And just my youngest daughter, Adriana Wood, she might even got a letter from her. So we are really close. So there's no problem with the kids at all. So once I got the job, I started acting my age at that time then. So.
Got it.
And I forgot that was a felon too. Right. I thought I only had one felon attempt because the other was a misdemeanor.
Got it. And I know I saw other questions from board members, so I will let someone else get in queue here, and then I might come back to you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
That was my question, man.
That was your question?
And mine too. And mine too.
Okay.
I have a different question. Mr. Johnson, you kind of glided over this. Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am. I'm driving for Smith's Concrete.
Smith's Concrete. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm driving a big concrete truck. I enjoy that too. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And then I had one other question for you, Mr. Johnson.
Sure.
And you have a relatively common name, so I just wanted to ask about this. Have you ever had someone take out a restraining order against you?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members for Mr. Johnson? No? All right. I think we have what we need then. Thank you for being with us this morning, Mr. Johnson, and you're welcome to go enjoy the rest of your morning.
Okay, well, you too. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And our next applicant is Thomas Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Thank you for your time. Happy Friday. My name is Thomas Sorensen. Next month, it will be 20 years since I committed my felony. I was charged and convicted with forgery uttering. A friend of mine from college and I created fake $20 bills and used them at bars on State Street in Madison. We would use the 20 to buy a bottle of beer, pay our $2, pocket the 18. We did get caught that night. My sentence was I had 6 months in jail. I was granted Huber for that, and then probation as well as restitution. I did pay all of my restitution as soon as I was convicted. I paid that off. I did 6 months in the Ferris Center in Madison. While there, I did AODA treatment, and I got a job working for Dane County at the Alliant Energy Center. So that was how I filled my time there. Once I got out, in the 2 decades since, I did wind up going back to school. I attended UW-Whitewater, where I earned my Bachelor of Arts, double major in History and Political Science. I also completed my Master's in Business Administration from Cardinal Stritch. In the last 20 years, at various points, I have done volunteer work with the St. Mary's Care Center, Olbert Garden, the Salvation Army, the Share Your Holidays event, Toys for Tots, the United Way, and the Aldo Leopold Nature Center. I've gotten married. I've been married for just over 10 years. We have 4 children. My wife was a huge part of how I helped turn my life around. I had some trouble getting employment, especially with although I suppose the nature of the offense, a felony is a felony. I did have issues getting employed because I had a hard time passing a background check. I did eventually was able to get employed at the company that I work for now. I'm in telecommunications. I have been with the company for 12, almost 13 years. I came in through a temp agency, which I think helped miss some of the more thorough background checks, is my working theory. But anyway, I've been there for 12 or 13 years now. Why I believe I should be granted a pardon. I have 4 kids. That's my primary driver. I would like to be more involved in the community. I have been an assistant coach and helped out with the various activities that they're involved in, but I've never applied to be a head coach or to volunteer for certain events because there's sometimes a background check. And I'm obviously ashamed of what I did. I regret what I did, and I wouldn't do it again. But I've never hidden from it. When people have found out or it's come up, I am always willing to talk about it. The difference is I prefer it to not impact my children, which is why I've been reticent to apply for certain things, because I don't want people to look at my children differently because of a mistake that I made. My offense, what I've done since, and why I would like a pardon. I am trying to keep it brief because it's italicized. So those are the answers to the 3 questions provided, and I'm happy to answer anything. Mr. Crummers?
Oh, Mel, you ready for questions? Or?
Yep. Oh, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Good morning, sir. So it looks like in 2006, you were arrested for disorderly conduct and second-degree recklessly endangering safety. Can you tell me what that was about?
Yes, sir. In 2006, I did plead to a DUI on that, which I also served time for. That was a friend of mine and I we were drinking and wound up going to Janesville at about 6 o'clock in the morning, where additional bars opened up. We continued to drink until someone came and picked us up. And on the way home, the car went off the road, which I was in the back seat. It was blamed on me. I was blackout drunk at the time. I believe my BAC at the time was 0.3 something. I don't have a ton of recollection to that, but I did plead guilty to a DUI on that charge, sir.
All right, and then looks like you had a second OWI in 2005, a third in 2007, and a fourth in 2010. And also in 2010, you were convicted of a hit and run in November of 2010. What were the circumstances of that incident?
A hit and run in November of 2010. That was a DUI. I went off the road and drove into a graveyard and hit a tombstone.
And left without waiting around for the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then all of that sort of begs the question of, what have you done since 2010 with respect to drinking?
I was a bartender for many years. And when I met my wife, which was 2017, 2018, I got out, I'm sorry, 2010, because it was about 12, 13 years ago. I got out of the service industry. I cut those friends out of my life. I really have a social circle of about 2 men now, both of which wrote the letters for me and my brother. I got out of that life. I don't really go out to bars anymore. I completed AODA treatment multiple times. But in the decade plus since, I don't drink, I don't go out. I certainly don't drink and drive anymore. I wish Uber would have been around 10 years earlier than it was, but I've tried to make better decisions since then, sir.
So I'm not clear. Are you still drinking but not driving, or not drinking at all?
I am not abstinent. I do drink occasionally. When I do so at home, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Jerry?
Mr. Sorensen, the Dane County judge who reviewed your case supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It's a good feeling, sir. The gentleman was not the judge on my case, but I appreciate that he took the time to read my application and supports my application. That it's a good feeling, sir. I don't know how much bearing it has on the decision of this committee, but I appreciate his support.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Sorensen? Nope. All right. Looks like we're all set. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Sorensen, and you are welcome to go enjoy the rest of your morning. You do not need to hang out on the Zoom. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next applicant is Arthur Go, who I know I saw on the Zoom. There we are. Is it Go?
Goff.
Goff. All right, Mr. Goff, we'll turn it to you.
My name is Arthur Goff. In 1996, I was hanging around, obviously the wrong crowd, and we broke into some places. We had taken my mom's car, which obviously she wasn't happy about. But we had did some break-ins. Breaking and entering was my my conviction back in 1996, which I was 17 at the time. It's been 27 years. Iowa County and Grant County was the counties that the crimes were committed in, and I had received a year prison sentence and a 5 years of extended supervision. I spent 3 months in prison and then was released early, where I had the bracelet for 9 months. After that, I worked various jobs. I worked in construction with WIC buildings, Clary buildings. I've worked on farms for quite a few years. Started welding back in 2007, left one company in 2009, went back into construction and realized that it wasn't what I wanted. So in 2012, May 21st, actually, of 2012, I started at a smaller company in Mineral Point, Sealoft Corporation. I have been there now, 2012, be 11 years. I was hired on in August of 2012. I've been there 11 years. I was a welder, then I was an assistant supervisor. I went from that to being a supervisor. I had an accident 5 years ago where I broke my back, and I was relinquished. Obviously, I was off for six months, so I couldn't do my supervisor position. When I went back, I went to welding, back into welding, and now with the company, I've been promoted to an engineer position in research and development, and we do prototypes and work on that stuff and fixture, and that's what I've been doing since. I have in the community, I've worked with FFA kids, 4-H kids. I have mentored many youth in the field of bow hunting, taking them out in ground blinds and teaching them the aspects of that. Over the course of the last 11 years, which I know you guys will see, up until 11 years ago, I had quite a few drunk drivings, and that's nobody's fault but my own. I got into alcohol and it was a problem. Over the course of the last 11 years, 2 months, and actually 1 day, I have been sober. I have not touched a drop. I got married 6 years ago. I have 3 wonderful children. My youngest is 5. My oldest is actually 22. I actually got off parole a few weeks before he was born. I've completed AODA classes. In 2012, when I got my drunk driving, there was a program called the ADDICT program through Iowa County, which I went through and successfully completed. And one of the things that stuck in my head was 2 gentlemen had come from, one from Madison and one from Milwaukee, and they were talking about they were telling their stories, and both their stories, they both had hurt someone in a car accident. And the more I realized it, the more they talked, I realized I was them. I just hadn't hurt anybody yet. And if I didn't make changes in my life, I was either going to end up dead or end up hurting somebody. So it was then that I decided that I was done with alcohol. I needed to change. And if I didn't change, my kids wouldn't be around because they wouldn't be able to see me. Let's see, where else we got? Why should I receive a pardon? Again, it was 27 years ago. I was 17. I've never once held back from anybody if they asked me about things. Hey, you want to go gun hunting or whatever? No, I can't do that. I'm a felon. No, then, and a lot of people don't believe me, but I am. When my crime was committed, I accepted the consequences and I did my time. Right now, I work with Iowa County Fair. I do a lot over there, but I'm not able to get on the fair board or be a, I can't remember what they call it. There's another step down from a fair board member. I'm not able to do that because of my felony. My local fire department here in Rui, I mean, we have 12 people on the fire department. They want me to join. I can't do that because of this. And I sat down there, started the application. And once they asked that question, it was over. And I knew it. I've looked at getting involved in more hunting aspects with teaching kids how to do it, with hunter's education and stuff like that. But with this event that happened 27 years ago, again, I can't do it. And it pains me. It pains me to not be able to do that. My daughter's in 4-H and I can't go to State Fair when she goes to show and be a chaperone, again, because of this that happened 27 years ago. So that's why I'm looking to get this changed and let my kids know that just because you make mistakes in life doesn't mean you can't change your life around and work hard to achieve what you want. So,
Thank you, Mr. Goff.
thank you.
I want to see if we have any questions for you from the board. Jerry?
I'm impressed that you maintained your sobriety. Do you belong to any groups or anything to help you do that?
No, no, sir. It was one of those things where I knew that if I didn't make the changes in my life, I wasn't going to be here for my kids because I would end up dying. I went to the doctor 6 months after I had got my drunk driving, before I went to court, and just a routine test. And he basically told me that if I start drinking again, I will be dead in 5 years. That I was a really bad alcoholic. My wife, I have a beautiful wife, 3 wonderful kids, and my wife, we didn't get together 12, 13 years ago because of my alcohol. We've been married now 6 years, be 6 years next Saturday. We've been married. And she flat out told me, you start drinking, I'm walking out the door. And I'm not going to lose my family over that. I refuse to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Goff? Noble?
And Mr. Goff, it sounds like hunting is really an important part of your life. It has been an important part of your life.
Oh, yeah.
Noticed that in the background, there were some posts that had you out hunting, and it suggested that you were hunting with a firearm.
Them pictures, I'm sorry, somebody's knocking at my door. Them pictures were, my son actually took my daughter out hunting that year in those pictures. And I was just there helping track the deer. I was not hunting. I just went up to help track. That's my joy, is my kids being able to be in the woods and being able to harvest an animal and doing things the right way. And I don't like to see an animal go to waste. So if they have to bring me in, they're desperate in that aspect. So,
All right.
but
Thank
no,
you.
again, that is how that works. I'm not going to jeopardize myself getting taken away from my family over something dumb.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Goff. Appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning. You don't have to hang out on the Zoom. You're welcome to sign up.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Harold Binning. Mr. Binning, are you on the Zoom?
Yes, I am.
There we go. All right, we'll turn it over to you.
All right, good morning. So back in 95 and 96, I was homeless, running with a bad crowd of kids. We got convicted of some criminal damage to property, burglary, theft. Since then, I've had my son, who is now 25. I am now married with a stepchild who is 12 and another one who is 4. There's a lot of things that I could do because of my son, for volunteering for some of the sports and stuff he did, just because I was a felon. And I really don't want to, I'd like to be able to volunteer and take my stepdaughter hunting. She's starting to get into that shooting sports. So that's kind of why I'm looking to get a pardon now, so I can volunteer and take her out hunting when after she passes her hunter safety courses and just stuff like that. I tried to get a hold of my old probation officer, but she has since retired, but she told me she would write a letter for me at any time. I did was sentenced 10 months in jail. I did 5 months, and then I was out 5 months on the bracelet with no issues. Was sentenced to 7 years probation, and I was released early after 5 years. I paid all my restitution, did my community service. You know, I'm not the same person I was back then. You know, I own a house. I'm the assistant service manager for the local Chrysler Dodge Jeep dealership. You know, I'd just like to kind of get this off my record so I can, you know, be a better stepfather for my stepkids.
Thank you, Mr. Binning. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Binning. You kind of glossed over the crime, but I mean, there were over 60 victims of
Correct. Yes, there was.
This really senseless stuff.
It was very senseless. You're correct.
You graffitied numerous buildings, vehicles, criminal damage to the vehicles. I mean, why in the world would you do something like this?
They thought they were big gangbangers from down Chicago. I mean, the one kid was up here. I was along for the crimes. You know, unfortunately, I should have walked away and never talked to them again. But at the time, they were the ones I was living with. I was homeless. It was stupid, senseless crimes. You're correct.
As part of your sentence, you were also ordered to do 336 hours of community service. Do you remember where you did that at?
I did mostly at the local library. And then I did do some, I think I did all 360 hours at the local library.
Okay. Last question from me. So two more things. So a month later, while you were on bond for this widespread damage to people's vehicles and buildings, you also stole $2,000 from a garage?
Correct. Yes.
What were the facts of that case?
Well, basically, we had broken into a garage that we knew had some cash in it because we wanted to get food. I bought some clothing at the time. And that was pretty much what we used the money for.
Okay. I know give you credit. You did cooperate with law enforcement when they were reviewing that. Last question from me, and you may have heard me ask others this, but as part of the application process, it's encouraged that you submit letters of support, and you did not submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Well, the one letter I wanted to submit was from my old parole or probation officer, and I could not track her down. And a lot of people, honestly, I don't tell them I'm a felon just because, you know, something I'm ashamed of. And they have a very small circle of friends right now, and I just started a new job, so I really didn't have anyone there that I can ask, you know, hey, can you write me a letter?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Jerry?
Mr. Binning, as part of the application process, we reach out to victims. We try and contact victims of your crime. And it's been a long time ago, but one of the victims who you vandalized his tavern supports your pardon. How does that make you feel?
That actually makes me feel good. I mean, yeah, I mean, it was a stupid crime that we did, you know, and obviously it's 27 years ago. I'm not the same person I am anymore. You know, I own a house, I have kids. I really wish I wouldn't have did it, but you know, unfortunately, you can't take back what you did, and I have owned up to everything I've done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. All right. Thank you, Mr. Binning. Appreciate your time being with us today, and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
All right. You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Justin Yap. I know I saw Mr. Yap in the Zoom. There we go. All right. We'll turn it over to you.
You guys hear me okay?
Sure can.
Awesome. Well, good morning and thank you for having me here today. I am honored to be given this chance to address you all, and if I'm being honest, I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. I do genuinely appreciate this opportunity though, so thank you. I'll try to keep my opening statement brief out of respect for everyone's time. My purpose here today is to request a pardon for my felony conviction from over 2 decades ago. As outlined in the detailed account within my application, my past struggle with substance abuse as a troubled teenager fueled my engagement into a life of theft to sustain that addiction. The consequences of those actions swiftly caught up with me, leading to my arrest in the fall of 2002 during my senior year at Lodi High School for multiple charges of breaking and entering. This marked the most shameful day of my life, not just for me, but for my family and friends too. Following my lawyer's advice, I did confess to these crimes and received a 12-month county jail sentence, coupled with 8 years of probation, and the threat of further imprisonment for any violations during that time. In the blink of an eye, I went from sitting with friends in a high school classroom to being confined to a cell block with some of the most unsavory characters I had ever met. At just 18 years old, I found myself struggling with withdrawal and witnessing my life unravel before me. As much as I wished I had never gotten myself into that situation, that year in jail also transformed me for the better. I quickly matured, vowing to myself, my family, and my educators that I would never return to such circumstances. Eventually, I was granted Huber rights. I could work, attend therapy, and use computer time for online schoolwork, enabling me to still graduate high school while behind bars. That initial triumph in my journey towards a new life. Upon release from jail, my second victory, I faced a new set of challenges. What people don't tell you is that life after jail has its own difficulties. With 8 years of probation, I had to face the challenge of leading a disciplined life. I had to relocate, forge new connections, and beg for employment in low-paying positions, while facing temptations from peers living their best 20-year-old lives. My probation officer actually predicted, my first one, that I would return to jail within 8 months after being released. A sentiment echoed by others over the years too. But this skepticism only fueled my determination to prove everyone wrong. I completed my probation term in 2010, marking my third and most significant triumph yet, repaying my debt to society and the people I hurt during my teenage years. Unfortunately, my post-probation life hasn't been much easier, mostly because of the stigma of being labeled a felon, which affects opportunities for employment and growth. So instead of relying on kindness of others to look past my record, I took it upon myself to improve my life. And in 2010, I also founded a video marketing business, which led me to a life of entrepreneurship. Since starting my business, I've helped start and expanded multiple other businesses, volunteered for various nonprofits, and actively participated in elections as a poll worker, fostering a deeper connection to my community and a heightened appreciation for government and politics. More than 20 years has passed since my conviction, and I'm proud of the man I am today. I'm married with a 3-year-old son and a daughter arriving in just 2 weeks. With the support of my family and friends, I have developed into a better individual with a transformed perspective on life and a newfound family values. When I disclose my conviction to those who know me today, they express shock, unable to connect it with the person they see before them. Obtaining this pardon would be the pinnacle of my achievements. It will allow me to help others by demonstrating that hard work pays off in the long run, and that you can earn for forgiveness and trust with time and commitment. I hope my efforts in the community and the remorse I feel for the past actions give me a chance to be considered for a full pardon. Not only would it liberate me from the shadow of my juvenile mistakes, this pardon is crucial for me to pursue my next passion in life, serving others. Often asked by my peers from all political backgrounds why I don't run for office, I deflect with a laugh and the excuse of being too busy. But the reality is that I cannot run for office as a felon. I believe I can make a difference and give back to my community in a government role, but I first need a pardon to pursue that dream. So thank you for your consideration into this matter, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Yap. Any questions from board members? Carrie.
Mr. Yap, you included in your application is a very positive letter from your probation officer supporting your application for pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel wonderful. Just, that I had reached out to her. She was my last probation officer that I had, and she was awesome. She very supportive. She'd give me, a lot of, tips on life and stuff. And so when I was honored with the opportunity for a pardon, I asked her if she would be willing to, write that letter, and she said absolutely, because she saw the transformation from what I was to what I am, and we still talk to each other, so it's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Yap? All right, looks like none. Thank you very much, Mr. Yap. Appreciate your time this morning and you sharing your story with us. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning. You don't need to hang out with us on the Zoom for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right, and our last applicant in this first morning block is Miss Purnell, who I thought I saw in the Zoom. Miss Purnell, are you with us in the Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, we can hear you. We can't see you. If you're able to turn your video on, otherwise
Okay.
we can proceed with
Okay.
audio if that's not working.
Okay, yeah. Turn on one. Okay. What? Okay. I don't know, just asking me to start a video. Can you see? Hold on. Wait a minute.
There we go. All right, Miss
Hi.
Purnell, we'll turn it over to you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Of course, my name is LaShonda Purnell. I am a bit nervous, but I do thank you all for this opportunity. My crime occurred in 2013. I definitely wasn't proud of what I did. It was my daughter's birthday in a couple of weeks prior, and she was asking for things that I could not get for her. I didn't mean to hurt anybody. I was just trying to put a smile on my child's face. Since then, I'm still working in the healthcare field. I'm still at Touchstone Senior Living. I have picked up a second job, also assisted living. I work for a company called Rise Up. I'm here now, of course. Like I say, I'm asking for this pardon because I would like to further my education. I would like to get in the healthcare field. I started school trying to pursue my CNA, but they said I could not get it because of this felony. So this is why I'm seeking this pardon. I enjoy the work that I do, and I definitely would love to further my education.
Thank you. All right, we'll see if board members have any questions for you. Judge Kremers.
Good morning. So you kind of,
Good morning.
I get your explanation for the motivation of the crime, but can you talk about exactly what you did?
I was working, yes, sir. I was working at my client's house. She trusted me with her credit card to go do some shopping for her. I had a credit card. I then handed her card to my niece and asked my niece, could she go to the store and grab my daughter a few things for her birthday. I did apologize to Ms. Witherspoon. I paid all the money back and I paid for my crime. Like I said, I definitely wasn't proud of it because I didn't want to leave my children, but that's what I had to pay for my crime.
So you had your niece buy $1,000 worth of things for your daughter's birthday?
I don't understand why it's so high, but the card was never even used. So wasn't nothing even purchased off the card. I guess those was the fees, but nothing was never even purchased off the card. So nothing was never even purchased.
If the card wasn't used for purchases, what did you do wrong?
What they saw, I guess she got a notification from her company that the card was trying to be used. And I guess when they ran the cameras, the officer came to me showing that my niece was trying to use the card at a nail salon.
I see.
He came with pictures showing me that she was trying to use the card. And I believe she probably purchased some gas off the card, but yes, that was it, gas. And he caught her at the salon trying to get nails did.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Just one for me then, Ms. Purnell, was your niece also charged in relation to that incident?
Yes, ma'am, she was. She was charged, yes, with a misdemeanor, theft misdemeanor. Yes, ma'am.
All right, if there are no other questions from the board, we will let you go enjoy the rest of your morning, and thank you for taking the time to be with us here today.
Thank you, and I definitely appreciate the opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank
Bye.
you. Goodbye. All right, and we are just a few minutes ahead of schedule here, so we will take a short break before our 10 o'clock group of applicants to make sure we continue to comply with open meeting notices. We don't want to start early. So everyone, please feel free to stay on the Zoom if you would like, just mute and turn off your cameras, and we will see you back here shortly before 10 o'clock to hear from our second group of morning applicants. Thank you. All right, good morning. If you're just joining us, we will get started momentarily. We took a brief break so that we could stay on the schedule that was posted. And I'm just going to wait for our board members to come back on camera, and then I will introduce folks, do a little housekeeping, and we will get started. All right, I think I see everybody except Cindy. There's one other person joining, I think. And all right, we have Cindy back on camera. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mel Barnes. I'm the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel. I'm going to introduce our board members quickly, just do a little bit of housekeeping, and then we will start hearing from our applicants. Other pardon board members with us today include Noble Ray, who served as the Madison Police Chief and also previously led the U.S. Justice Department's Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative. He currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the nation and around the world. Also with us is board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle, and also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Call's appointee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Judge for 26 years, including as Chief Judge for 7 years, and retired in 2018. And finally, we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice. So those are our board members who will be hearing from applicants today. Everyone, please take note that these hearings are live streamed on both Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. We will ask you when it is your turn to turn your camera on and unmute yourself. When you are not being heard by the board, please mute yourself and turn your camera off so that we can focus on the person who is speaking at that time and just make sure we have clear audio. If you do run into any tech issues, don't worry, someone from the team will reach out to help you troubleshoot, and we can always come back to you as needed. So you'll have about 3 minutes to share your story when your name is called and answer the questions that were previously provided to you by email. After that, the board may or may not have questions for you. Don't read into it too much either way. Sometimes everything is answered in your application and your presentation, and sometimes there's stuff we want to follow up on. As a reminder, the 3 questions that we sent you that you'll be answering is providing a brief summary of your offenses that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including any community involvement, employment, or education, and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. So again, about 3 minutes to summarize that, and then some questions from the board if we have things to follow up on. Once we are done asking you questions and you've been heard, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom meeting. You do not need to hang out all morning. You will hear from our office in about 1 to 2 months about the outcome of today's hearing either way. So you won't find out in real time today. But once everyone is heard, the board will go into closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order to have your application forwarded. And then the governor will either accept or reject your application. Either way, you'll hear in, again, about 1 to 2 months from our office. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our second group of morning applicants. Our first applicant up is Mr. Joshua Horner. I know I saw you, Mr. Horner, so we'll turn it over to you.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
We can, you're a little quiet. I'm turning up my volume, but if you're able to move closer to the mic, that would be great.
Not used to Zoom meetings. All right, brief summary of my offense. It happened back in 2002. Me and 3 other partners went and did a bunch of criminal damage to the property, racking up to over $100,000. It was childish stuff. I think I was 17 at the time. I served a little over 14 months in jail. I did that without any complications. After that, I went to school. A little bit more about the offense. We went to car dealerships and just messed up a bunch of cars, just really juvenile stuff. After that, I went to school for welding. I did that for about 6 months for welding. I did not enjoy welding, so I thought I'd try commercial diving, underwater welding. So I did that for 4.5 years. In 4.5 years, I paid off over between my restitution, which was $24,000, and my schooling, which was another $20,000. I paid that off in 3 years. I was on probation for 10 years. I got off early after I paid off my restitution. And then after that, I moved back to Wisconsin, started a family. I have 2 very nice boys who I support and take care of. I've been working at my current job for 8 years. I am an engineering technician. I also I'm a Cub Master and a den leader for our pack at 175. I help with that a lot. And with sports, I help with coaching my kids. With work, I've been working there for 8 years as an engineering technician in the engineering department. And the reason I'm seeking a pardon is to further my education. I want to become a design engineer. And other reasons I'm seeking a pardon is to show my boys that you can change in life and you can be different. And just to be a good role model for them and a good example for the future and raising them. They are 4 and 10, and I love them to death.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. I'll see if board members have any questions for you. Jerry.
Mr. Horner, in your application, you mentioned something about using your underwater welding skills in relief of Hurricane Katrina.
Yes.
Can you talk a little more about that, please?
Yes. I went to, it was, I think, 2007 when I went down to Louisiana and I helped with the cleanup of Hurricane Katrina as I was working, because certain jobs would only last about 3 months. And then I would be living in Louisiana, so I would help with the cleanup in Louisiana as like a side thing, because I had no friends or family down there, so I had to keep myself busy, and I was in my 20s, so I had a lot of energy.
And what did you do? I mean, did you use your skills in any particular way?
I'm a very good welder, so I helped welding on certain people needed projects. Did a lot of trash cleanup, did anything anybody needed help. I put myself out there because I'm really good with metal work.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
So any other questions for Mr. Horner? Looks like none. Thank you very much, Mr. Horner. Appreciate you taking the time to share your story with us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your morning.
You too.
Our next applicant is Brent Howell. Mr. Howell, are you on the Zoom? Mr. Howell? Mr. Howell, if that's you, we can't hear you.
Oh, no. Can you hear me now?
There we go. All right, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Howell.
Okay, my name is Brent Howell. I was arrested for burglary in December 1987. Had just come back to Green Bay from Idaho to visit old friends. I had grown up in Green Bay and I was struggling and didn't have money to return back to Idaho. And I got involved into a situation and stole some tools from a basement of an apartment building and, was arrested and charged and was put in jail for 90 days, 3 years probation, and restitution was to be determined. I had a couple of problems while on probation, seeking employment in Green Bay. The job market wasn't good. And eventually, was released from probation and supervision. And during that time, before I was actually released, I was in a motorcycle accident, almost died in the accident, and had major surgeries for 3 years. And after 3 years, ended up losing my right leg above the knee. 6 months later, started getting fitted with a prosthesis, and then had about a year later enrolled in school and went back to the technical college for the 2-year automotive technician program. I graduated with honors. I immediately went back to work, and since then I've worked for years and changed my life. I developed a great faith in God and ended up being remarried to a woman 4 years ago. I just continued to have more health issues and that were from the accident and severe trauma. I've been diagnosed with coronary heart disease and pulmonary hypertension, and among many other issues, and finally just was not able to work consistently anymore to pay my bills. So I applied for disability, was approved for disability, SSDI, 4 years ago, and I ended up remarrying, and my wife and I bought a house now in Antigo. Also, and the reason I'm seeking a pardon is, I know I'll carry this for the rest of my life till I die, but I've always had a great passion for hunting. I've always been an outdoorsman. I spent a lot of time in the wilderness out west and in Wisconsin. And now I have 3 grandchildren that started hunting in the last couple of years. And they're always asking me why I don't take them hunting. They don't get the opportunity to go. And I don't need a pardon any longer to advance my career, because I'm retired and I'm on, I receive Medicare and I'm on a tight fixed budget. So it would, be beneficial to be able to hunt again and put meat in the freezer. And I live in Langlade County, where there's over 100,000 acres of public land. And this summer I started getting the 3 grandkids into archery, and I would love to share more than 45 years of skills with hunting and, teach them basic survival skills. And, now I'm going to be 61 years old in December. I had just turned 25 years old at the time I committed the burglary, and I haven't, the whole time I was on probation, I was not involved in any other criminal activities. And the burglary is the only thing I've ever done in my life that would have, would allow, disallow me to be able to hunt. And so that's why I'm seeking a pardon. I turned my life around. Even after the accident and working, I continued to have surgeries and procedures, and I never quit working. I continued to work, even times working on one leg and hand surgery, and I just continued to work, and I just, I'm really nervous. I kind of at a loss for words. I don't know what else to say, so.
That's okay, Mr. Howell. Why don't we turn it over to the board for questions? Any
Okay.
questions for Mr. Howell? Cindy?
Morning, Mr. Howell. You said you had a couple of problems on probation. In fact, you absconded from probation, stopped reporting to your agent, and ended up doing 4 more years on probation because of that. So you turned a 3-year probation sentence into a 7-year. Is that right?
No, not quite. After I had absconded, my probation was extended for 2 years, and I was given 30 days in jail. And it was probably not quite 2 years. It was in that time where I had paid all the money owed to the city of Green Bay for restitution and everything. And it was before that 2 years was up that I had my motorcycle accident. I was in a wheelchair, and I was released from supervision. So
Right.
my 3 years probably turned into probably about 5 years.
Well, you weren't discharged till 1995. You were sentenced in 87. That's 8 in my book, but why did the important question I want to ask you is why did you stop reporting?
I was having issues with my probation officer. There was an unresolved issue with restitution. There were times she threatened to throw me in jail, and at one point I was in her office, and she called the police and had asked the police to come to her office to escort me to jail. And I got up and walked out of her office and didn't report for the next probably 6 to 8 months, and then turned myself in.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Howell, I have one question for you. I saw you had an OWI, and in your application, you reported that you are 21 years sober. Are you still not drinking?
Yes, it was probably about 1 year after that OWI in January 2000. 1 year later, I gave up drinking. I have not drank alcohol in probably 22 years. I have not also since January 2000. That is the last time I've had any issues or problems. And
Congratulations on your sobriety. That is a very significant period. Other questions from the board members? All right, Mr. Howell, thank you very much for your time with us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning. As I said, no need to hang out on the Zoom. You can expect to hear from us in about a month or two either way.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Alicia Wilson. Ms. Wilson, I believe I saw you on the Zoom.
Yep.
There we are.
Can you hear me?
We'll turn it over to you, Ms. Wilson. Yep, sure can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alicia. I'm 51. And a quick summary of my offense was, I think it was called improper use of identification. And I didn't have jail time. I was on probation, and I was, I don't know if y'all consider jail time in the Women's Detention Center, CCC. I was in there, and I was released from there because I was at home with my children. And I didn't get in any more trouble, and I shouldn't have been in trouble then, but everybody say that, I guess. I took CNA classes to take care of my mom, and she passed away. And I worked at hotels here and there when I can. I became disabled with lupus. in 2009. And I've tried to work since then, on and off. Sometimes I could, sometimes I couldn't. So I found a doctor that got control of my lupus, and now I drive a school bus, Wisconsin Central school bus. And the reason I'm seeking a partner is because I don't think I should have been on, should have had a felon in the first place. I was with the wrong people and didn't find out what was going on until I was arrested. And
Sorry, Ms. Wilson, can I ask a question following up on that? Can you say a little bit more about that? Are you saying that you didn't know what you were doing was criminal, or just that you fell in with the wrong crowd? Can you say a little bit more about that?
I think I fell in with the wrong crowd because I didn't know what was going on. The girl I was with was doing something fraudulent, and some kind of way I got mixed in it because I had a daycare at that time. I had a daycare in my home, and I met this girl, one of the girls I knew already, and they asked me if they can do something. And, you know, I was trying to help a friend out and got in trouble myself.
Judge
So-
Cremers?
So, wait a minute. Part of this was, though, that you were receiving phone calls from people at Waupun, and then you were helping activate a third call to somebody else, right?
See, this what it was. One of the girls that I knew for a while asked me, she said, my boyfriend want to know if he can use his auntie or somebody he knew to put a line at my house where I wasn't using. See, this what it was. I had a line that I had a phone at my house. And then there was another line. I guess the person that was living there before me had two separate lines, and the phone jack in the other room wasn't no service to it. So she asked me if she can put the line there so she can get in contact with her boyfriend that was in prison. And I said, yeah. So that's what was going on there. And then the other young lady gave me a cell phone, and I asked her, where did this come from? Why you giving it to me? She said, so I can stay in touch with you.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry?
So you set up this other phone line in the house where you had a daycare.
Right, it was in a back room.
Okay. But the criminal complaint says that you made some of the calls to set up the fraudulent phone lines and cable service and stuff. So you made some of the calls?
I don't remember making no calls.
So you don't remember getting information from somebody who was in prison at Waupun and then calling other people to set up fake phone lines?
The person in Waupun did not give me information. He gave it to the girl that he was dealing with.
And then she gave him to you?
I think she gave him to me, or she called, or somebody called and had it set up there.
Okay, and then did you use those numbers to call other people or the phone company to set up fake phone lines?
No, I didn't.
You never did that?
No.
Okay. Well, the police say you did.
The police said that?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember calling no.
Cindy?
So why did you plead guilty to misappropriation of personal ID?
I did what the man that was representing me told me to do.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Wilson? All right, I think that's it from us, Ms. Wilson. Thank you very much for your time and being here with us today. You're welcome to enjoy the rest of the morning. As I've told others, you don't need to hang out on the Zoom. And you can
Start
expect to hear
video.
from us in about a month or two. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next applicant is Jerry Graziano. Mr. Graziano.
Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. You can hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine and we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Okay, and I prepared my statement in a written form, and I'm going to start out here. Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. My name is Jerry Graziano, and I am 76 years old. I would like to start out by saying my memory is not the best anymore. Thus, I prepared a written statement of my case. On June 13th, 1965, that's 58 years ago, I made a terrible mistake in judgment when I was 18 years old. Unfortunately, at that time, I didn't realize how it would change my future forever. I was involved in driving a stolen car situation when I was working at Walgreens drugstore. Upon closing and locking up the store, two of my friends, quote unquote, came to the store in a car they said was their grandfather's and wanted to drive around. I drove it not knowing it was a stolen car. Thus, I was charged with a felony. My lawyer resolved the case to 3 years probation, which I accepted because it involved no jail time. At the age of 18, I didn't think down the road how it would affect my future. However, I didn't realize that the felony would prevent me from becoming a pharmacist, which was my life's dream. My probation went well. In 1964, I started working part-time at JCPenney Warehouse, where I met a coworker who worked at Milwaukee Electric Tool Corporation. I applied there and started full-time in late 1965 during my probation until I retired from there in 1999. I met my wife Marie in 1967 and have been married since 1968, 55 years. As you may have read on my pardon application, since completion of my mistake and retirement, I became interested in bicycle riding. It was such a fun hobby that I started riding and raising money for many charities over the last 20 plus years. Some of those in charities included multiple sclerosis, the Cancer Ride, Community Memorial Hospital Ride, Salvation Army Ride, just to mention a few. I did as many as 10 to 15 rides per summer. I am also very compassionate and caring about animals too. When bike riding, if I see a small snake on the bike trail, I stop to usher it off the trail to safety to make sure it doesn't get run over by a skateboarder or another bike rider. I have also donated money to many charities, including Tunnels for Towers, Wounded Warriors, Wanakia Wildlife, and on and on. I have donated 56 pints of blood to the blood center to help anyone in need of blood. I am still a landlord since 1969 and have provided safe and updated rental units for many Milwaukee residents. I had 15 properties, which included single, duplexes, and 3-family buildings. I still own one building, which is located in Brownsville, Wisconsin. I am a proud landlord, and my properties were and are still very well taken care of. I am seeking a pardon because for the last 58 years, I have worked hard and diligently, trying through all my efforts to help and make a difference for others in society. Also, there have been occasions where some of the charitable organizations would like for me to help in other capacities, such as volunteering in the office to accept monetary donations from riders, which would involve my handling of money. This would require a look into my background. During verbal discussions, my felony would come up, thus ending any further interviews. This has caused an embarrassment for me. Then I started thinking, hey, it's 58 years and I've been a good person. Maybe there's a way I can get this to go away, and that's why I am here today. One last note, I have included 3 letters of character reference also in my application. I am done with my proceeding, and I guess I'll listen for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Graziano. Questions from board members? Jerry.
Mr. Graziano, I want to compliment you on one particular aspect of your application. Some of us have read maybe 1,000 of these applications, and we always ask about employment, and you did a really good job of talking about your employment history. But one thing was that you listed your supervisor from Walgreens in 1962, and we've never seen anybody have that kind of detail in their application. I just wanted to compliment you on that, and it was really pretty extraordinary.
Thank you very much, sir, for that compliment.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Graziano? No? All right. Sounds like your thorough application covered it. Thank you very much for your time this morning and sharing your story with us. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, and have a pleasant day also.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Bradley Watson. Mr. Watson, I saw your square. Mr. Watson, if you're able to unmute and turn your camera on, we are ready to hear from you. Here we
Hello.
are. Good morning.
Okay, good. I was worried that you couldn't hear me. My name's Brad Watson. Approximately 20 years ago, I stole some sets of car wheels with a co-defendant, Eden Perez. And it was a really big wake-up call for me when I went to jail. I realized I needed to make a change. And moving forward from that day, I decided to go to college. I went to Herzing here in Madison and received my associates and then also my bachelor's in business administration. After completing college, I went on and got my CDL and started truck driving. And this felony has held me back from traveling to Canada. There's a company in Michigan I've hauled some equipment for, Hebert Construction. They've called me on a few occasions about traveling to Canada to pick up equipment from the Ritchie Brothers auctions. And my semi is licensed to travel to Canada, but unfortunately, given my felony conviction, I'm not able to go. So receiving a pardon would open doors for work opportunities, also allow me to see the Canadian countryside. I was discharged from probation 1 year early. My agent was Mary Jones, and it was a 5-year probation sentence, and I served 4 of it, paid back the restitution, and I hadn't had any trouble with the probation and haven't been in trouble since. I just I'm sorry for my actions. I just I was 20 years old at the time and just made terrible choices, and that jail time was a huge wake-up call that I needed to make changes in my life. I appreciate being able to get in front of you guys and talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Questions from board members? Judge Cummers.
Good morning. Morning, Mr. Watson. It's not so much a question as I just want to make an observation. We hear all the time, and it's really quite frustrating, I think, for us when somebody starts out by saying, well, I was hanging around with the wrong people, or I was in a bad crowd, or I was young and dumb and stupid kind of thing. And you were one of the few people that we've heard where you just start out flat out said, I stole some tires with somebody else. I made bad choices. Jail was a wake-up call. There was no deflecting on your part, and I really appreciate that. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Watson. I was reading the criminal complaint in your packet, and it indicated that you had an electronic weapon on you at the time you were arrested. Can you tell us what that was and why you had it?
Yes, that was pretty ridiculous. It was a little handheld taser. I purchased it on eBay. I think it was maybe $10, $20, a cheap Chinese little deal. And it wasn't ever anything for like committing the crime of stealing the wheels. It was just in the truck, in the council, and more of like a gag device with friends. And I didn't realize that it was a big, a felony to have one of those.
Okay.
It wasn't a high powered one by any means. It was a cheap little one.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. I just didn't know what that meant. And
no,
I appreciate your clarification of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Watson, just one question from me. We saw in your background that you had a temporary restraining order against you in 2007. Could you just tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
Yeah, I had dated a girl for 3 years, and we broke up, and we were on a break, and I reached out to her after the breakup. I found out she was kind of seeing somebody else, and I should have just ended it there. But I called and messaged her a few more times, and ended up getting a restraining order for it, for not, I guess I didn't quit contacting her. That was a poor decision. I guess I learned very quickly, if the girl doesn't want to be contacted, that I just need to end it. And anyway, they granted the harassment restraining order, whatever it was called, and I never contacted her since.
Great, thank you, Mr. Watson. Any other questions from board members? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Watson. Appreciate your time today and being with the board, sharing your story. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning. And as I mentioned, no need to hang out on the Zoom with us. You are free to go.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Kenrick Road, who I believe I saw. Mr. Road, are you with us?
Here. Can you?
All right.
I'm using Jody's iPhone. I don't know how to use this iPad that I just bought.
Got it.
So if
Okay,
you could go to.
we can hear you. So
Okay.
why don't we go ahead and proceed with just audio then, Mr. Road? We'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I have prepared my statement today by writing it down. So my name is Kenrick Rohde, and I'm here today to ask for a pardon for the crimes that I've committed on 11/23/1988 and 89, and then one on 12/10 of 99. On November 23rd, 1988, I was living with my parents in Newburgh, Wisconsin. My parents weren't home at the time. My friend and I were sitting at the front table, and there was a suspicious car in the front. We both went outside to see who it was. It turned out to be a friend of his, along with his girlfriend. They said they were waiting for the girl next door so that they could buy some weed from her. My friend and I thought that we could make some money off of her. So we went to Milwaukee because we knew some people there that had some marijuana. And they also asked us if we could get a gram of cocaine. We both went down to Milwaukee and bought 1 gram of cocaine and 1 ounce of weed. We both had a bad feeling that Eric's girlfriend might be an undercover cop, so we got scared and only decided to give her 3/4 of a gram of cocaine and 3/4 of an ounce of weed. We thought if we shorted her, she wouldn't come back. My friend gave her the weed. I gave her the cocaine. She turned out to be an undercover police officer. On February 6, 1989, she came back to my parents' house and asked me to get her more cocaine. I was sure she was a cop by this time, so I thought I would take her money and not get her anything, and then she wouldn't come back. I took her $200 and I didn't give her anything. I was charged for 4 counts and they dropped 2 of them on a plea bargain. I was sentenced on July 23rd, 1990 to 9 months in the county jail with 5 years probation. While I was in jail, but out on work release, I smoked weed and failed the urine test. My probation officer gave me a second chance and sent me to the Exodus House and A&O counseling. While I was there, I smoked weed again and they kicked me out. I went back to jail. My probation officer gave me a third chance and sent me to Nova Treatment Center up in Oshkosh. I made it through the 30-day program. I went back to the Exodus House in Kewaskum. I made it through the 90-day program and was sent home. My probation officer told me to report back to her in 2 weeks. I didn't go back because I smoked weed again, and I knew I couldn't pass the urine test, so my probation officer put an arrest warrant out for me, and I was revoked sometime in February of 1992. I was sent to prison in Waupun, Wisconsin, where I spent 30 days. I was eligible for Challenge Incarceration Program, CIP, so I signed up. While I was at CIP boot camp, I went to WITC in New Richmond, Wisconsin, where I received my HSED. The program had 3 phases. I made it through 2 phases, and upon their review, they decided that I might use alcohol and drugs again. So they sent me to Gordon Minimum Security Prison in Gordon, Wisconsin, where I spent 4 months and then was paroled in December 31st, 1992. I made it off parole 3 years later. On December 10th, 1999, I was pulled over by a Wazaki County Sheriff deputy where I was on my way home from second shift. I was told that my driver's license was suspended, but I didn't know why. I found out later it was suspended because I had not taken care of a 15-day notice to fix my headlights, so I sold the car. The notice was due. I didn't notify the sheriff's department. Then I moved. None of my mail got forwarded to my new address. And so for a year or so, I didn't know about the notices that the Ozaki County clerk was sending me. The 15-day notice turned into a ticket, which I didn't pay, resulted in me losing my license. In the snowball effect, I was arrested, and when I was searched at the jail, I had a gram of weed in my pocket. I was sentenced to 40 days in jail. I lost my driver's license for 6 months and was given a 3rd felony for possession of THC, 2nd offense. I had been married for almost 30 years. My wife and I raised 3 daughters and are now have 7 grandchildren. I have lived a productive and law-abiding life since these crimes were committed. Other than 2 OWIs, the last one being 19 years ago in 2004. We have also owned our own home for almost 20 years. We are members of St. John's Lutheran Church in Newburgh, Wisconsin, and I quit smoking cigarettes a year ago. I have worked steady for over 30 years. I worked at Track International for almost 10 years when the company was sold and relocated to Pennsylvania, making me a dislocated employee. I then worked at Lakeland Metal for 2 years and again became unemployed because the business went bankrupt. I then worked for Mr. Z's Fundraising Corporation for 4.5 years, and also they went bankrupt. I now have been employed at Buller Mixer since 2012 as an industrial spray painter, and I am still employed there. I'm seeking a pardon because I'm trying to start my own painting business, and I know that it may affect the way people look at me if they were to look up my past. I turned my life around about 30 years ago. I was on the wrong path in my life at that time, and I didn't have much of a future in the way I was going. I was uneducated and made very stupid decisions that are still with me today due to these felonies. I made my sentence much harder and longer because I kept smoking weed. If I could have stopped, my life wouldn't have been so hard when I was a young man. I will never break the law again. Thank you for your time and for considering a pardon for me.
Thank you, Mr. Rohde. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Rhodey. So in addition to the 3 felonies, you also, as you noted, you had a second OWI and a misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia in 2004. You had misdemeanor obstructing resisting in 91 and 92, a misdemeanor disorderly conduct in 97, and operating after revocation in 2000, and an operating without carrying a license in 2006. Can you speak
Yeah,
to what all that was about?
Those were due to the DWI in 2004. I drove back and forth to work and got pulled over and got a driving after a rev for that one. But then I went and got my license back, and that's why they put it down as driving without a license on me.
Okay, and what about the obstructing resisting misdemeanors in the 90s?
Yeah, I don't remember what those ones were. I mean, I got probably, I don't remember what they were.
Okay.
It was a long time ago. Sorry. I'd have to look them up again.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Rhodey? Okay, looks like none. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Rhodey. Appreciate you being with the board today, and you are welcome to sign up. You don't need to hang out in the Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant this morning is Christopher Larson. Mr. Larson.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can. We'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. First of all, I just want to thank you for taking the time to hear my story. What I did, I started with my brother. I started my own truck on fire. The reason is the motor was going bad, and I owed my aunt and uncle some money on it. So my thinking was, maybe they would let the loan go if it was burned up. My brother and I were both arrested for that. I think it was a Class C felony, nonviolent. I was doing just hanging out with the wrong people, and something got in my head, and this sounded like a good idea. I spent, I think, 3 hours with investigators, and they arrested me. I think it was at 3:30 in the morning. I spent 5 hours before we saw a video judge. And I walked out of the Walworth County Jail, which was pretty brand new at the time. It was like 2020, I think it was, or not 2020, I'm sorry, 2000 ish, 99, 2000. The jail was pretty new, and I walked out of there thinking that I would never do anything in my life to spend another minute in a jail cell. And that jail cell was pretty clean because it was new. I couldn't have any contact with my brother because he was a co-defendant, and our mother passed away about a month or 2 months later. We were, I think it was intent to defraud, which we could have kind of fought. I didn't have insurance on the truck, so there was no, I never filed an insurance claim, but I took accountability. It was, and I think I said it in my paperwork, it was probably the best thing I ever did in my life because it changed my life. I walked out of that jail cell thinking that I would never do anything to be put back there. And I have lived my life like that since. So just a summary of what I've done. I have two 15-year-old kids, boys. One's a stepson. I've been raising him since he was 6. My son is 15. My daughter is 5. I have a 25-year-old son that lives in Georgia. And I own and operate Larson Motorsports, which is a winged sprint car dirt track team. And now my kids this year started racing four-wheelers full-time, the two 15-year-olds, and my 5-year-old daughter is also racing four-wheelers. So we're pretty busy in the summer. We are the only race team that is allowed to have Make-A-Wish on our car. My stepson has cystic fibrosis, so we do a lot with fundraising for them. My wife of just over 7 years, her parents we do, up until last year, we did a yard sale, which typically brought in about $6,000 on a 4-day weekend. And all that money was donated to CF. So we do the CF walk, stuff like that. And then Make-A-Wish is built into that kind of with our son. So we are the only race team that is allowed to have that monitor on our car. And let's see. Other than that, I have been a truck driver for 23 years. I haul cars for a living, which is a kind of a specialty truck, CDL. You know, the big 9 cars that you see on the road, that's me. I've been doing it for 23 years. I've only worked for 4 companies. I'm pretty loyal. I don't leave unless the company has gone bankrupt or just had to make a move. Other than that, let's see. A brief let's see. Well, I've actually used my felony with our kids. I've never hidden it. So our kids know everything about my felony and what I did. What it has restricted me because of that. And so I would like to get a pardon to show them that you can change and your change can be rewarded. My boys have expressed, you know, their interest in hunting, and my friend has said that they would take them hunting, you know, with, you know, going through a gun course. I've never been a gun person, but I would do that with my kids if they wanted to, if I was given a pardon. Other than that, I would just use it as a learning tool, as we always have with our kids. Just that you can change and you can get rewarded for it.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I have a question for you before I open up to the rest of the board. Again, you're a second person with a relatively common name that we're hearing from today. So I'm just wondering if you have any unpaid taxes or if you've ever had any delinquent taxes that you're aware of.
I get that a lot. No, all my taxes are paid up. I have I've gone through a lot of child support stuff with my son's mom, and as of the first of the year, I finally got my son 50-50, so I do not pay child support. But there's been a few times where the child support got screwed up. But I've never missed a child support in almost 11 years, actually 10 years. Technically, it comes out of my check every week. Even if I'm on vacation, I made sure it was paid. But no, I don't owe any taxes. It's come up a few times in my life that, you know, stuff like that. Mortgage payments too have kind of like hit me kind of hard, you know, hey, is this you? No. But yeah, nothing. The only other thing I've ever come in contact with police is because of my job. You know, we unload and load on streets, and I've come in contact with, I think I've gotten parking on the roadway twice in my career. I've always gone to court and fought it and either paid a bigger fine to have it taken care of or stuff like that. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Larson. Appreciate that. Any other questions from board members for Mr. Larson? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here with us today and share your story. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. All right, our next applicant is Jesse Kuzba. Mr. Kuzba, we'll turn it over to you.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jesse Kuzba, and I'd like to thank the pardon board this morning for meeting with me. My offense happened back in May of 2005 with 2 other individuals. They're friends at the time. We had come up with the idea one night to steal stereo equipment for our vehicles. There was one business we did do an attempt to burglarize. We did not get in. So later on that night, we went to another business, the Sound Cellar. The 2 guys that I was with, they walked up with a crowbar and was able to open the door with that. We had left for a little while and then came back, and that's when they started bringing items out. When they were done bringing the items out, they had called me to come pick them up, and we loaded up the items and went back home. A few days went by, I believe it was, and one of the school officers had come to my class. Back then I was a junior in high school, 17 years old at the time. He had brought me to the office where I met with the detective, and I had given him my statement. For sentencing, I was thankful that the judge, he did let me finish high school. I did receive 90 days jail time with Huber. I had a job at the time. I was working at Dairy Queen. I received 2.5 years probation, which went well. 100 hours of community service. During my time on probation, I worked at St. Vincent de Paul and animal shelter that was in Menominee, Michigan, about a mile out of Marinette, where the offense occurred. Near the end of my probation, I finally was able to receive a full-time job because I was applying everywhere at the time. I was living on my own. I had my own place. So I was grateful I received a full-time job at Wasaki Composites, is where I spent 13 years. Did a lot of movement within the company there. It was kind of a downfall having the felony because the position I was in allowed me to travel to Canada for doing repair work on transit trains. And another one time, there was one going to Germany I had to turn down for doing medical repairs on parts that we made for them. I no longer work there. My wife, she was in school for a couple of years. She was able to become a police officer, and that's around the time I had quit. I wanted to kind of give her that opportunity to pursue her career. After she worked for about 6 months at that job up in Ashland. I worked at a Walmart while we were up there. After about 6 months, we came back, about 4 or 6 months, sorry. We came back to Marinette. I started at Marinette Marine. It's a naval shipyard, and I'm currently there today. I'm a ship fitter. I kind of put all the pieces of the ship together. There is a lot of movements, and having the felony would kind of, I believe, hinder me from those positions. Working with the Navy. There's also security positions that I would also be interested in applying for while being there. Let's see. Why I would like to receive a pardon? Just for the career advancements, working with the Navy. Also, the biggest reason would be to relieve this burden off of me. I think it would help with my life to pursue my dreams. I did want to go back to school to possibly for like a criminal justice degree. Let's see, and I just would like to be able to move on with my life and leave this mistake in the past. I think it also would look good on my wife as she is a cop now in Clear Lake, Wisconsin. And just when she applies for jobs and they look me up, I don't think it would look good on her as being with somebody who has a felony. I would also like to get back into my family tradition of hunting. My kid, my oldest son, he goes with his grandpa right now. But I would like to spend that time with them as well. I'm hoping to receive a pardon. It's been 15 years since the one time in my life that I had made a pretty bad decision. I learned from that mistake, and it's something I knew I never wanted to be involved with again. I really been hoping and praying a lot that this opportunity I have would work out for me. Speaking in front of you guys today. I am hoping telling my story, you guys could see, or that I have shown that I have improved my life over these last 15 years. And I'm not the same person that I was.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzba. Questions from the board? I think just one question from me, Mr. Kuzba. On your background check, there is an incident from 2006, an arrest related to child abuse. It doesn't say what happened there or what the outcome was, if you were convicted or anything. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Trying to remember. I remember back then. I never was convicted of anything. I think what had happened, I was there, and it was involved my sister and some other of her friends, and I think there was a fight that had broken out, and I just know I wasn't convicted of that. There was an investigation, and nothing came out of that.
Okay, so this was not with your children.
No.
Got it.
My children, I had my first child in 2008, and then 2009 and 2011.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Kuzba? All right. Well, thank you very much for your time this morning, and I appreciate you sharing your story with the board. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and you don't need to hang out on the Zoom.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and our last applicant for the morning session is Jerome Morgan. Mr. Morgan. Oh, Mr. Morgan, I think that you are on mute still. Can you try one more time? Say something. I still don't hear you. Not hearing you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Sure can. Okay, great. That worked well. Mr. Morgan, we'll turn it over to you.
All right. My name is Jerome Morgan. I was convicted for receiving stolen property. I bought a car that was stolen. I guess it was re-tagged. I bought it from a friend being young. I had an idea about it, but I still bought it, just trying to get a good deal. And it cost me to have 3 years probation of my life. I did 3 years probation. Out of the 3 years, I had an incident one time with my baby mother. She called the police on me and lied because I was messing with another girl, and I had to do 4 months as they investigate. And what came out of that was that I just had to have no contact with her, and I got released. And then after that, I started trying to find myself, trying to get a better life for myself. So I went to school, got my GED, and then from there, I started doing small jobs, and that really wasn't working for me as I thought. And then I went on to, I got an idea of doing like driving trucks, so I applied for Wisconsin school bus, and I did that. Then from there, I went on, been working driving trucks for like 15 years. I just started my new job at Lube Tech, and went and had to get my hazmat and tankers for that. Then after that, like really with police contact, didn't really have too much police contact in the last 20 years. The reason why I really want to get a park is because I'm just trying to show my kids, because I got a family too. I must mention I got a family, kids. Just trying to show them that change, you can do change if you just try to work hard and just make a difference in your life and make the right choices. Because I know I made a couple of bad choices. So I be just trying to show them, to make the right choice in life sometimes. Because one choice can cost your life for a long time. One decision or doing all type of stuff could just cost you. So I just try to show them and focus on them more now, because that's the most important thing I feel like in my life. So I just try to just guide them in the right way and, just stay focused and basically just try to just make sure everything is good with my kids. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I want to see if board members have any questions for you. Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you did not submit any. Can you tell us why not?
When I did the application, a letter of support, I think I'm just not going to really kind of forget. It's not going to be really not an excuse. So I really kind of forget. I didn't do that. I should have did it. Because I saw it one time, but I got my application kicked back a couple of times, so it kind of threw me off, and I did not see that. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't do it. But really, it's not an excuse, because I did see it, so I did have knowledge of it, and I just got my application kicked back a couple of times, and then I just forgot to put it in there.
Okay. And then in your statement describing the crime, you say you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And what does that mean?
No. I was saying that I bought a car. I guess it was a retail car. I bought it from a friend of mine but I had knowledge that something wasn't right because it was too cheap. So right. I did have knowledge. So I did have knowledge that something wasn't right, and I still bought it. So that was the part, and that's why they charged me with receiving stolen property.
Right. In fact, you titled it in your aunt's name because you had outstanding tickets, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I don't get the wrong place, wrong time comment.
No. Well, sorry. If I said that, I really wasn't saying it. The wrong place, wrong time. I'm basically just with the wrong guy. I wasn't saying it. Just probably a little nervous that came out wrong.
And then my last question: you were ordered to pay $12,000 in restitution, and it looks like it was converted to a civil judgment. You still owe close to $9,800. Is that true?
Yeah. Sometimes I see some of that on my taxes when I do returns.
Yeah.
I thought I'd be paying under them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members for Mr. Morgan? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. I appreciate your time and being with the board today. You are welcome to sign off the Zoom and can expect to hear from our office one way or another in about a month or two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that was our last applicant for the morning session. We are done a little bit early, but we are going to move straight into closed session, and then we'll pick back up on YouTube and Wisconsin Eye this afternoon for our afternoon session, which will start at 1 o'clock. So the board will move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 A, D, and F for the purposes of deliberations concerning a case which is before the board for the purposes of considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. May I have a motion to move into closed session?
So moved.
I'll second.
Cindy will second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Hearing none. Okay, with that, the board will move into closed session, and I will Good afternoon, everyone. We're just letting folks in from the Zoom waiting room. We'll get started in a minute here. Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. As folks are joining and connecting to audio, we're just going to take a minute here, make sure we get everyone in from the waiting room, and then we'll get started. Okay, we've got a couple of folks still connecting, but we're a little bit after 1, so I think we will go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers. I am going to introduce my fellow board members just as soon as I hear that our live stream is working. Just going to give it another minute. YouTube hasn't quite picked us up yet, and we want to make sure that we're live. Okay, thank you for bearing with us. That took just a little bit longer than normal, but we are now live on YouTube. Good afternoon. I'm Mel Barnes. I'm the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel. And with me today are fellow Pardon Advisory Board members, Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. Pardon Board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers is with us on the Zoom today. He is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to this board and served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. Board member Reverend Jerry Hancock is with us today. He is the Director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. Board member Noble Ray is with us today. Noble Ray served with the Madison Police Department for almost 28 years, including serving as Chief of Police here in Madison from 2004 to 2013. He also led the U.S. Justice Department's Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative and currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the nation and the world. So those are your board members today who will be hearing from applicants. I'm going to go through just a couple of housekeeping items before we dive in. First is that everyone should know that this meeting is being live streamed on YouTube and via Wisconsin Eye. We'll ask that you please mute yourselves and turn your camera off until it is time for you to be heard by the board. That will just help us ensure we have clear audio and that we can focus on the person who is presenting to the board. If you do run into any IT issues, don't worry. Someone will reach out to you and make sure that we can help you troubleshoot, get those issues resolved. If your tech isn't working when it is your turn to be heard by the board, we will come back to you as soon as we get those issues straightened out. Otherwise, we will go in the order that is listed on the agenda and the open meetings notice. And each applicant will have about 3 minutes to summarize their story using the questions that were provided in advance via email. And then the board will follow up with some questions if there are additional points that we need clarity on. Don't read too much into it. If you get questions or if you don't, sometimes everything that we need to know is answered in your application materials. But as a reminder, the 3 questions that you'll be answering when you're providing your initial presentation is a brief summary of the offenses that you're seeking a pardon for today, how your sentence went for those offenses, and then a brief summary of what you've done since you finished your sentence, including community involvement, employment, any additional education, things like that. And then third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you believe the governor should grant you one. If we have questions, we'll ask immediately after that presentation. Once we're done with questions, or if we don't have any for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. You do not need to hang out all afternoon. You will hear from our office in about a month or 2 about the outcome of today's hearing, following up. So you won't get an answer on anything today. Once we've heard from all of the applicants, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your pardon application to the governor. You need a majority of board members present voting in favor of your application for it to be forwarded to the governor. The governor will then decide to grant or reject your application, and either way, you'll hear back in about a month or 2, as I mentioned. So we will call folks up in the order that is listed on the agenda. And we will start with Mr. Aaron Armour. Mr. Armour, are you on the Zoom with us today? Mr. Armour, do we have you with us? Okay, looks like he may not be here quite yet. Oh, we've got somebody connecting to audio. Nope, not Mr. Armour. Okay. We will go ahead and move to our second applicant to start then, Walter Chamley. Mr. Chamley, I believe I saw you in the Zoom.
Hello.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Walter Chamley. I'd like to start off by saying thank you guys for giving me the opportunity and time to be here today. I do have 3 felony possession with intent to deliver THC cases ranging from 2001, 2003, and 2006. In 2001, I was 17 years old, still in high school. Young adult, not really knowing my future in life, no real guidance in life, no clue what I was doing at all. Ended up getting sentenced to prison eventually. During my sentence, I obtained my HSCD, took a couple college courses, and then from there, just bounced around from job to job when I got out, until I found my current employer, where I have been working the last 15 plus years. When I started in 2008, had been a part of a high performance work team, completed a leadership program, which a lot of my success at work, I've, have to thank my boss for. He's really been the mentor, and he's the one that gave me a lot of the guidance as growing older and as an adult. Now that I'm happily married, who we have a child with, community involvement. I'm a proud member of the Lions International organization. here in my local community. I'm also an active board member. I'm also chairman of one of the 4 fundraising events that we host. I also help out with the Brady Wynn Foundation, which is another nonprofit organization in our community. I volunteer at my daughter's private school with various fundraising events, fish fries. I feel like I should receive a pardon for multiple reasons. It's been 17 plus years since my last conviction. I haven't had any criminal activity since. I was a young adult, made a lot of poor decisions that I think about daily. I take 100% full responsibility for all those actions that I've done, and it's a weight on my shoulders, I guess. Every day I think about it, but all I can do is keep moving forward, keep trying to be that positive role model, not only for my daughter, other people in the community, my daughter's friends. Setting a good example is what I'm trying to do. It's just no longer who I am anymore either as a person. I don't surround myself with that environment. I don't put myself in any of those situations anymore. I just hang out with all the positive people around me now. And I no longer want that negative felony label associated behind my name anymore. So, and I know pardons are not just handed out to everybody. And I think that once you mature as an adult and you do and take the right actions and bettering yourself, I think you should be granted those second chances. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamley. Questions from board members? I have just one. In your 2006 arrest, looking at the complaint, it looks like police were called to either your residence or the residence that you were at for something else. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on there before they found the marijuana on you?
Yeah, so that night we were partying, and I believe, I'm not really sure exactly, that was quite a while ago, but I do know I was on, I believe it was parole, and we were at the bars, which we shouldn't have been either, but we ended up getting pulled over for whatever reason. And that day is when I got taken into jail and on a PO hold for a drinking violation. The people that I was hanging out with at the bar and friends at that time, who no longer hang out with, but I gave them the keys to my apartment. They hung out there. They invited more people over. I don't know exactly what happened. I was not at the apartment at that time. Like I said, I did get hauled off to jail. And then another crime happened there also, which, like I said, I was not a part of any of that part of it, but.
Got it. So the police searched your residence when you were not there, found this marijuana. That was the third charge. Okay.
Yeah, because of that second crime that happened there, that gave them more reason to go in and search around and everything. So, but yep, I took full ownership of that.
Got it. Thank you. Questions from other board members? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chamley. Appreciate you taking the time to be with us today and share your story, and hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. And I saw that Mr. Aaron Armour is back with us. I believe I just saw him on the Zoom. Mr. Amar, if you are ready, we are ready to hear from you.
I'm ready. I didn't know I was on mute.
There we go. Perfect. We can see and hear you now, so we'll turn it over to you.
All right. How you doing? I was just at work, but I'm sorry. What was the question? I was just logging in. I'm on my break. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure. We're just going to ask you to spend about 3 minutes telling us about the offense you're seeking a pardon for, how your sentence went, what you've done since, either community involvement, education, employment, and then why you're seeking a pardon and why you feel like the governor should grant you one.
Okay, well, first of all, I apologize for even having to be in this situation with you guys today. I can't even say I was young because I was in my 30s, but I made a dumb decision out of fear, just fear of, I think going to jail at the time because I was driving and there was marijuana in the car. And I knew good and well I just got kind of like things worked out with my daughter's mother to where I can see her. And I had her at my home and I just didn't want to get arrested. But out of fear, I was like, okay, I don't know how long I'll be here. I just got my daughter. So I fled, and which was one of the dumbest things I've ever done because I'm not a criminal. Have I had police contact before? Yeah, but no, I've grown since then. Of course, I don't even smoke weed anymore. I kept my job. I got serious with my barbering, very serious. I've been at G's Clippers since then. I went back to church too. I went back to church, and since then I'm a member of and one of the praise team leaders at this church called Evolve, if you ever heard of it. I still lead my band, and I've actually turned my band into an inspirational band. And I'm just trying to walk in the footsteps that my mother and father paved for me. It means simple. I'm not that same man anymore. I've grown. I know I've grown because, like I said, I don't even do the same things I used to do. I'm just happy with what God is doing in my life right now, probably more than anything. And I'm actually an assistant praise leader at another church. And I would want to receive this pardon because of two reasons. One is to show my children that you can be much more than your mistakes. Of course, like you're going to fall sometimes, but that doesn't mean you can't get up and become a better person, a pillar in the community, which I'm proud. I don't want to brag that I know I am because of my barbering and who I touch. I've been able to, since then, I've spoken at the Milwaukee Urban League Black and White Ball. I've sang all across the country, except, which is the second reason I would hope to get granted this pardon, is that my band has been invited twice to Canada. Me being a lead singer, guess who can't go? Me. And like I said, I want to be able to live a fulfilling life. You know, I want to travel. I've never been out of the country. And like I said, I have small, great children. All my children since then I have 2 college graduates. I have another one that owns her own business. I have one that wants to be a chef. And I have 2 more small children that are just so smart and beautiful that I want them to know that though you may fall, polish yourself up, make yourself a better person. And hopefully you won't be looked at as the same person that you were when you fell. And yes, I'm just proud of my life right now. I'm proud of where I've came since then. You know what I'm saying? So I would just hope to be granted this pardon, and so I could just live a full life.
Thank you, Mr. Armour. Questions from the board? Jerry. Oh, Jerry, you're on mute.
I was a little confused in your story. Was your daughter in the car when you tried to elude the cops?
Oh, no, she was at home, but I wanted to get back to her. I was like,
okay.
What was ironic, it was the second day I had her. So I was like, I just feared like not being able to be there for her. How would I get out of jail? And then the crazy part was when they came to arrest me at the house, she was there anyway and saw me get arrested. So that just left a stain on me for a while.
Okay. And there were 2 paternity warrants in your file. One in 2012 and one in 2016. What were those all about?
For a minute, I wasn't working due to my license in the shop. And I finally got my license taken care of, got back in the shop. I actually paid her up to $4,000 in arrears so she would get them dropped, and she did.
On both of those? I mean, can you tell me more about who was involved and stuff?
If I'm not mistaken, those would have been by Jackie Oliveras. And that's my daughter's mother that I paid off and gave her, like I said, $4,000 cash. And she got my child support arrears erased. So that's what I think I got arrested because of those, maybe having a warrant for one. And I think one time, she called because, failure of payment because I wasn't working.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Mr. Armour, I just had one. You said something about not even smoking anymore. Were you talking about at the time of the crime? Or are you talking about you don't smoke now? I just want to make sure I caught that right.
Oh no, I can't smoke now. I'm totally like just submitted myself back to church and God. Like I said, I'm on the praise team at one church, then I lead. I'm an assistant praise leader team leader at another church. It just doesn't do anything for me. I wanted to keep my voice as I got older. Just, I got out of the little music rap phase where everybody was smoking weed. I grew out of that, and I'm just,
Got it. Okay, great. I just wasn't sure if it was back then. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Armour. I appreciate you taking the time to be here with the board today and sharing your story. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we did Mr. Chamley first. So next, Mamie Scott, who I know I saw on the Zoom. Ms. Scott, if you're ready, we'll turn it over to you. We cannot hear you. See, I'm going to try asking you to unmute. No, not yet.
Says I'm unmuted. What about now?
There we
got
go.
me now?
Perfect.
Hello,
Yes.
Hello and welcome to everyone this afternoon. Before I give a summary on the things that I have done in its totality in regards to my sentence, I would like to extend a sincere apology to the collective governing body of Associated Bank and its customer for committing such an egregious act and a breach in my fiduciary obligation to uphold policies and practices of the institution and ensuring the safety and protection of its customers. Unfortunately for me, I failed to honor that commitment, which is why I'm here today. The crime was one count of forgery, and that was October 23rd, 2003. And the second account was the misappropriation of personal identifying information. A crime such as mine has had many setbacks, and why I am committed and continue to work so hard, whereby aligning myself with organizations and as participants, informing both girls and boys that crime doesn't pay, but it costs. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of operating from a place of integrity. Had I operated from those same principles, I would not be seeking a pardon today. Despite my own demise, it has become my life mission to share my story as a means of helping others. I did not allow my conviction to stifle my growth, but allowed it to catapult me into another dimension. I have spent the past 8 years and counting, adopting my grandson, both my husband and I, who is now a sophomore at the University of San Diego on a full academic scholarship, which I am extremely proud of. I continue to stay in his head, both my husband and I, and drilling the importance of being a model citizen and being the difference in the American landscape. Despite my past, I truly believe that my life has purpose. My grandson is an up-close example of my life purpose. Although he is the one doing the work that adds the value in his life, I believe it is the work that both my husband and I have instilled and equipped him with early on has laid the foundation. Through it all, I am thankful to my spouse who never quit on me, but who encouraged me throughout this ordeal and endeavor. I will say that there have been many downs with few very upsets. Nevertheless, we did not allow me to lose sight of the big picture. And I have succumbed to menial jobs that didn't pay very much, but I had to put my pride aside because I realized that it was me that put myself in that position. But I did what was necessary to put food on the table and to be able to assist my grandson while he was away in college, or while he's still in college. Therefore, it is my hope and appeal to you all that should count for something. I thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Any questions from the board for Ms. Scott? Jerry.
Ms. Scott, I was glad to get an update about your grandson. So he ended up at the University of San Diego. He had other possibilities.
Yes.
How's that working out?
He's doing extremely well at the University of San Diego. He's running back for the football team. In fact, I believe it was this past weekend, they were in New York, parading the streets of New York. So he's doing extremely well.
Great. And there was a note in the file that you adopted him after his mother died?
No, his mother, well, it was my cousin. His mother is still living, but
okay.
Yeah. So my cousin had him for all those years and she passed away, but he looked at her as mom. And so we stepped up, my husband and I, and he's my husband's blood grandson, and he's my grandson through marriage. And we stepped up and we adopted him, and we've had him all these years. And now he's in college, living his best life.
Right. And your application said you work as a residential placement advocate?
Residential placement advocate. Yes, I was working to place senior citizens in communities that are close to where they get a lot of their natural support. And so I did that post-COVID. When COVID hit, I got out of the field. But I did that just through helping. At the time, I was driving Uber and had a client that I had formed a relationship with, a senior citizen. And one day I went to pick her up And I noticed that she had this real sad countenance about herself, and asked her what was going on. And she said that the place that she was living in, they were going up on the rent and she couldn't afford it. And seeing that she never married, never had children, I felt kind of bad for her. And I asked, what could I do to help her? And she said she needed a place to stay. And I asked her what area of town would she be interested in living in. And she's familiar with the Peoria area in Arizona. And so she wanted to remain in that area. And so I did my searching, found an assisted living community, went out, met with the management team, did a tour of the facility. It was right in line with her budget. I was excited to share the news with her, brought her out, allowed her to meet the staff there. She did a tour. By the end of the tour, she was sold on it. And she's there to this day, happily ever after.
Thank you.
And that can be verified.
Oh.
Any other questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon. Ms. Scott, I want to go back to the crime. This was a pretty sophisticated crime. You were working at a bank, you altered a pay stub to make it appear that this person was getting paid by Miller Brewing. You took out a fraudulent loan. You created this account where you actually made payments on the loan for a period of time. What caused you to do such a calculated thing that had to take some significant planning?
Well, I'm not proud of what happened. And like I said, I'm not proud. I can't undo what's done. Was something that I did, I'm ashamed of, because like I said, I breached the trust of the institution. It was, like I said, making payments on the account. It wasn't calculated. It was just something that I did. And like I said, as bad as it is, and I know it's bad, it wasn't calculating. It was just something that I did. And as a result, you know, I've been paying for it for the past 18 years. Never had any never crimes prior to or nonsense, and don't plan on anymore in the future. It was just something really bad that I did. Like I said, it was very egregious, but it wasn't calculating.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you can say that when, you know, it wasn't impulsive. You didn't take money out of the till. I mean, you had to prepare documents and forge documents and take out a loan and set up payment.
But I look at calculating like you're sitting there pondering, you know, who is going to be your victim. It wasn't anything like that. It wasn't at all. It's just something that I did. And like I say, it was very egregious. I can't undo what's done. And I have to move on from there. You know, like I say, it was bad, and there's nothing I can do to undo that. If I could take that moment back, I would, because I know better. You know, I have 7 children, and I try to leave good examples. All my children. I have an aerospace engineer. I have a son who's been enlisted 2 terms in the United States Marine. I have a daughter who's a speech pathologist in St. Louis, Missouri. I have another daughter who's in economic. I mean, I have children doing wonderful things. And me always putting in their head to be the example. And then I commit a crime like that. I mean, that is so beneath me and my principles and what I stand for. That was something that I did. That is not who I am. And that is not who I intend to be in the future. It was something that I did, and it was bad. And I can't make light of that. And I know, like I said, it was it affected the customer of the institution. And the only thing I can do is ask for forgiveness. And I think that we all are entitled to that. I mean, I'm sure, you know, it's me on trial. It's me seeking a pardon today. And like I say, you look back in my life, I've never had any crimes whatsoever other than this.
Thank
and
you.
It's been 18 years since.
Thank you.
But not calculating.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Any other questions for Ms. Scott? All right, Thank you for taking the time to be here with us today and share your story. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. You do not need to hang out on the Zoom. You're welcome to log off and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Alan Elston. Mr. Elston, there you are.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for this wonderful opportunity to continue to bring redemption into my life. My name is Alan Matthew Alston, tender age of 70. I had a very rich life, but I did something that was illegal, that was stupid. Out of my heart, thinking that I was doing the right thing, I went against the compliances of the agency in which I worked for. I was an AFDC caseworker dealing with a large population of individuals, some that did not comply with the food stamp regulations and was sanctioned from food stamps. The emotions that I would deal with and dealing with some of these clients touched my heart as well. Not making an excuse that what I did was wrong, but in some situations, I would give the food stamps regardless of the sanction that was given to them, thinking that I was doing right, but in my heart knowing I was doing wrong. I was charged with 1 count of misconduct in public office. It was federal because it was related to food stamps. Regretful of that particular situation, I still do have regret and ask for redemption for this at this late stage of my life. However, and ironically, there has been wonderful opportunities and grace and mercy that's been afforded to me throughout the last 33 years. Shortly after that, I joined the church. And today, presently, I am an elder in the Church of God in Christ under the auspices of Bishop Shedrick Daniels here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I continued on with the education that I had and some of the administrative experiences I had some wonderful opportunities in positions that had great effect upon people's lives. I was an administrator for the late, great Janetta Robinson of Career Youth Development. With that particular exposure, I had exposure to city, county, state officials, and I grew in my knowledge and my service in the community. I say this with elation and with regret because those opportunities have led to wonderful things. I met my wife now 32 years. I have children now that are grown who have children that are now grown. I continue with my education. I had the opportunity from CYD to work with the City of Milwaukee Department of Administration as a senior business analyst. I worked with them for several years, in which an opportunity came available for me to be a business development consultant during the 1990 some odd projects with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation with the Marquette Interchange Program. Because of my affiliation with the county and working with several different economic and business structure entities under auspices of Ordinance 360 with the City of Milwaukee, because I had a unique, intimate contact with minority contractors, I was the type of person that they knew that could align the development contract development and mentorship with major contractors with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, which required 11% of participation of minorities at that time, a wonderful opportunity. Unfortunately, I had a physical accident when I was working for SDC in Madison, Wisconsin, right down on Washington Street. Coming off of the elevator, I fell into the elevator and tore my sciatic nerve, went out on disability. I'm moving forward in relating to some of the experiences and opportunities job-wise I had. But first of all, let me apologize for the lack of wisdom and the hubris that I had, because I had the position that I thought that I could make a difference in a person's life and going against the compliances of the state of Wisconsin and the federal government. I was wrong for doing that. I received 1 charge of misconduct in personal in misconduct in office, in which I did receive, I think 33 years ago, I think it was 2 years probation with $100 restitution. From there, I continued to grow and work. My wife was an educator. My children are educators. I presently went back to school after that particular energy in which I was on disability. I had a bachelor's degree in communications from the University of Wisconsin back in 1977. But I started going back to school. My pastor said, Alan, go back to school. So I went to Springfield College here in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, out of Springfield, Massachusetts. There, I was able to write my portfolios because there is no reciprocity of a BA and a BS degree. Shortly after that, about 18 months, I received a Bachelor of Science in Human Services concentrating in addiction studies. Shortly after that, I went back for my graduate work, in which I received a master's degree in mental health counseling. I then began to work in the treatment center facilities. DSPS, I was awarded the substance abuse counselors and licensed practicing counselors, in which I did dual diagnosis in mental health facilities. I did my internship at Bell Therapy, an institution that housed a variety of different symptoms and conditions of individuals, in which I myself learned the compassion and the difference in my life in dealing with people that had conditions, some neurological, some behavioral. What I did understand is I made a model for myself that which I still live with today, that I'm one to help someone to help themselves. I continued on with my education, and from that, when I began to want to develop my bucket list for my retirement, the pandemic happened because of the association that I had briefly and continuously with MPS, Milwaukee Public School Systems, during the pandemic. I was allowed to do social emotional counseling virtually, Zoom-wise, to the parents and the students in such a disarray that has happened throughout our country. I began to integrate into my spirit that the things that had happened to me was wrong, but it brought some good to me, because now I have the opportunity to have an intimate knowledge and the ultimate trust of those people and the children and the people and the parents that I dealt with, speaking with them, providing affirmation and confirmation, positive thinking upon the conditions that had affected all of us in this country. Also had the opportunity to work with the Veterans Administration. I am a veteran myself, a veteran of the Vietnam War. I served there faithfully for 3.5 years, okay? I was a assistant boomer, technical assistance on refuelers on KC-135s. However, I worked with the Veterans Administration at the Center for Veterans Affairs. There, I worked as a suicide prevention counselor in PTSD here in Milwaukee. That was a very intense situation for me. In December of last year, I don't know if you remember, there was an active shooter that was killed at that particular center here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My wife encouraged me that, Alan, I want you to do something else. From there, and today, presently, I'm back with MPS, not at a charter school, but in association with the rescue system that has great funding for a school called Career Trainers Academy, in which I do some of the supportive, not the ABC 1, 2, 3s, but the supportive, educational, emotional, psychosocial development, and keeping young people who have great potential to be able to coincide and have a great synergy between their lives, their family life, and that of this community school. I want to go back to the scenario of what I did wrong in 1989. I don't want to elaborate on my success, of which I am very happy and grateful for, but there still is the underlying fact that I did something wrong. And there's always been a crawl in the back of my neck, the back of my throat. God has been good to me. I'm an elder in the Church of God in Christ today. I have wonderful children and a wonderful life. It is my aspiration, it is my intention right now, to the disarray of my family and my wife. I'm making an application and looking towards going towards my PhD program in the University of Wisconsin. Life doesn't stop at 70. Part of the things in which I want to do, I want to look at the development and opportunities for geriatrics who still have much to contribute to society, who should not be put on the shelf. But the wisdom that I've learned, the experiences that I have, I want to share that in a presentation to support systems for people that And we know that there is a great resource of opportunities and value of elderly people who have a lot of experience. I ask this board, would they please consider letting me take the asterisk off of my name. I've lived a good life. I have wonderful opportunities and graces, mercy and grace has been provided for me. But I ask the board, because of this decision, I haven't had no other connections with drugs or with the law systems or whatsoever, not even speeding ticket for all these years. That was not me, but that is something that I did. And that is something that I've lived with for a very long time. And at this particular time, I see that there are still things in which I can contribute that I want to aspire to. But I'm asking the board, would you consider letting my final glitch in my life be removed, not from my heart, not from my mind, but from record? It's important to me that my name continues so I can continue to serve. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Alston. Board, do you have questions for Mr. Alston? Judge Cremers.
So, Mr. Alston, I want to go back to the crime that you were convicted of, because the way you describe it here and in your application, it makes it sound like you just sort of, out of the goodness of your heart, decided to make someone eligible for food stamps when they weren't actually eligible. But the reality is you got payback from that person in return for making them eligible, correct?
That was the allegation that was presented, sir. I do believe that the young lady, after years of contemplation and thinking of this, felt that what was being done was unfortunate for her. I do take responsibility for that. Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. In the criminal complaint, it says that the police followed her to your office. She got money, then she went to the bank and cashed the check, and then she gave you $550, which the police saw her giving you, and you admitted that she gave you $550.
Let me recollect about that, sir. Quite honestly, that was the situation.
Okay, so all this stuff about how you're just doing this out of the goodness of your heart and to help someone get some things, you were getting a financial benefit from this.
That happened at one time, sir. And there was an opportunity in which I did illegally take advantage of. Yes, sir.
But you did this a number of other times where you let people qualify when they didn't qualify?
Not from my recollection, sir. I was charged with that one particular thing. Yes,
No,
I did give food stamps and things away illegally. Yes, I did do that. Yes, sir. Yes, I did do that.
Right.
I'm not trying to whitewash it. It's sinking in my heart once again and sitting in front of you and telling you that I did wrong behind that. And I suffered emotionally behind that. I did wrong. I'm asking for forgiveness. I lived a good life since then. I was wrong.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Alston. I saw Noble, you had a question as well. No, covered. Okay. Other board members, questions for Mr. Alston? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Alston. Appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today and share your story. And hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. As you
Same
probably
here.
tell others, you don't need to hang out on the Zoom. So thank you for your time.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Damon Hicks. Mr. Hicks, before we begin with you, I just want to note that Judge Cremers is recusing himself from hearing your application because he was the sentencing judge in the case. So you'll see he's disappearing from the Zoom and he won't vote on your application. It is not because he's not interested in hearing from you. He just feels it would be improper since he was the sentencing judge. So with that, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Yes, again, my name is Damon Jamil Hicks Sr. I'm since childhood, since the age of 15, I've had drug convictions that grew into my adult life. 94 possession with intent to deliver cocaine, and then misdemeanor bail jumping and a misdemeanor DV, as well as another possession with intent to deliver cocaine. possession with intent to deliver THC, and possession of THC. Moving to Milwaukee at the age of 11 with a single mom that I watched every day working tirelessly to provide for myself and my two siblings was hard to see. As time had passed, I noticed a lot of drug activity in my neighborhoods, along with heavy drug use within my family. I wanted to help my mother by choosing the easy way to do it, which was to sell drugs. I was caught twice as a juvenile and into adulthood because I was blinded by the fame and wealth of a fast life. At first, I took the system as a joke because they were always lenient on punishment. As for my battery case, I was very immature and traumatized by seeing my stepfather beat my mother. Raising my hand at Miss Clark was the worst mistake I made toward women. I completed my sentences by growing up in prison and deciding that it was time to change. I got closer to God and asked him to lead, and I will follow. Once I was released from prison, July 8th, 2004, my journey towards being a productive citizen began. It was easy because I was still trying to find myself and my purpose. I got married 3 months upon my release and had 3 young men that I had been proud to be a major part of their life since they came out of the womb. I have obtained my HSED as well as a technical diploma in custodial services, on top of completing anger management, criminal thinking, and tutoring each of those programs. I've also been involved with helping rebuild the city of Milwaukee by working with different organizations, helping direct youth towards a positive lifestyle. I currently work inside James Madison High School as a mentor, a life coach, and a credible messenger. Why do I feel I deserve a pardon? Over the course of 19 and a half years, I have done everything in my power to help you through my bad choices as a youth. Also being a provider and role model to my children by keeping employment, participating into their activities in school and society. Receiving a pardon will give me an opportunity to go to school to obtain a degree in social work and or psychiatry to be able to further assist and uplift in my community and making sure the youth receive the help and assistance I can give. I can only do this with the proper educational background that I will only obtain if I had a clean record. I would love to someday be a principal of a high school in the city of Milwaukee. A pardon will open many opportunities to help me to succeed in this field. I'm trying very hard to be successful and dedicated to helping to rebuild the city of Milwaukee. And as I say, over this course, I've been working tirelessly trying to help our youth out here, because it's like, as a parent and as a human being, it hurts me every day to turn on the TV and hearing about a child lost their life. It's senseless to me. So I said I had to do something. You know, at the moment, I didn't know what to do. I just prayed on it and prayed on it, prayed on it until the doors opened. And I was given this opportunity to help my city. And I'm steady doing it. I'm going hard at it. I think this would pretty much is what I'll be doing for the rest of my life. You know, over the years, I sent you guys my resume. Over the years, I had worked many different jobs that I was actually marvelous at. But those jobs wasn't for me. The job I do now is a true passion. I've been dedicated to it. People tell me every day, even though I know I can do better in it. But again, it's the educational part that's holding me back from succeeding further. And because of the drug convictions that I have on my record, it's certain classes that I can't take. Thank you all. I appreciate this opportunity. You know, even if I don't get the pardon, I appreciate having the opportunity, because I feel like it's another journey that I accomplished.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Appreciate that. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hicks? Cindy?
Afternoon, Mr. Hicks. I want to just follow up on your employment, because your application, when you submitted it, you were a lift operator at UNFI, so you're not there anymore. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so now you're working in the James Madison School?
I work for three nonprofit organizations, Milwaukee Christian Center, the Office of Violence Prevention, and UGHI. I started those right after I left UNFI.
Okay, there are three nonprofits that you started.
No, that I work
No,
for.
that you work for. Okay, you went to work for all. Okay, and so how does that work? Like, go ahead, explain to me how that works.
Yes, ma'am. Under the Milwaukee Christian Center, that's the reason I'm inside Madison High School. They actually hired me as a credible messenger. And what that is that for the shootings that we get referrals for them to make sure that they, one, not gang related, two, if they are, to make sure that there's no more retaliation on those shootings, and youth resources and skills on how to get out of a gang and how to move if they have to be relocated. We assist with those things. And with Office of Violence Prevention, again, it's doing the same work. It's just on a more bigger scale. We dealing more, so working more closely with law enforcement, on situations. We get calls about showing up at crime scenes. We show up at parks when there's big crowds out to help de-escalate situations and keep order. And the same thing with UGHI. They all fall in coincides with one another. But my most biggest part, being inside the high school and mentoring young men here, through my experiences, because I run into a lot of young men and women that's facing the challenges that I faced as a young man. And so share my story with them and with their parents. They open up to me more easily. They adapt to me, so they listen to me easier than anyone that hasn't lived or understood what it is that they're going through and the reason that they're committing some of the crimes that they're committing.
Yeah. You like the work?
I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
Well, you've certainly come full circle, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to just say, whatever happens today, and you're right, we don't know what's going to happen today, but kudos to you for getting your HSED in 2020 and sticking with that.
Yes,
you've been out of prison for 19 years now and off parole for 11. And so you've really turned things around, and whatever happens today, no one can take that away, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Jerry?
Mr. Hicks, in your application, there was a domestic violence charge against Gina Clark.
Yes, sir.
When she was pregnant with your child? What was that all about?
She wasn't pregnant. She was going around saying that she was, but we come to find she was never pregnant. We still good friends to this day. Why she was saying she was pregnant, I don't know. She would have made a good mother with me, but she actually lost her son, her only child, about 5 years ago to gun violence. And she actually leans on me for support on that, because as I say, we still close friends. It was a horrible mistake that I made as a young man. There's no excuse for it. I was a real good father figure to her son also, but yeah, she never was pregnant by me.
But you punched her in the face 6 times and kicked her in the stomach?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I have no excuse for it. I have no reasoning behind it. It shouldn't have never happened. I'm not going to justify it and say it was okay, because it wasn't.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Hicks? Noble.
Mr. Hicks, given some of the questions that Jerry Hancock has raised, were you ever in any violence reduction or violence self-improvement programs or anything like that? Do you ever have to go to any of those?
No, to be honest with you, everything that I've accomplished since my cases, I did on my own. I was never sentenced to have to do any programs besides I did an extensive program called DAC for the domestic violence. I did DAC, successfully completed that for the domestic violence. But everything else that I accomplished, I did on my own. You know, when I received my 14-year sentence in 1998, that's what they gave me, 14 years in prison. I took it upon myself to change myself, to get the help that I knew that I needed to be successful out on the streets. And that's what I did throughout my incarceration of my last incarceration. That's when I obtained my anger certificates and did the criminal thinking and tutored the anger management and tutored criminal thinking, is because I know that I made a lot of bad choices in my life. There's no excuses for them. I regret them. If I had the opportunity to change them, I would, but it's something that I live with, and seeing now that my story actually helps others, it helps me to do better.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Really appreciate your time today and sharing your stories with the board. You're welcome to go enjoy the rest of your afternoon. As I mentioned, you don't need to hang out on the Zoom. So thank you for the time.
Thank y'all. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Clifton Davis. Mr. Davis, if you're on the Zoom, we are ready for you. Mr. Davis, if you are on the Zoom, we are ready for you. I see a couple of phone numbers or other boxes. Oh, there you are.
You hear me?
Yep, sure can. I'm looking at some of the other boxes and didn't even see you come off mute. We'll turn it over to you, Mr. Davis.
Okay, I'm here. First, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to listen to my case. The mistake I made, it was a big mistake. It was a charge. And actually, when I did the charge, it was a misdemeanor at first. Exactly that same week, it was a misdemeanor, and when I did the crime.
Mr. Davis, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but you're coming through very jumpy on my end. Board members, can other folks hear? No, other folks are having problems. Yeah. Mr. Davis, can you try turning your camera off for us and just doing audio? Let's see if that'll come through a little clearer.
I'm not quite sure how to turn it off. I'm not really a big.
Does he have a phone on too?
Does that work?
Oh, that does sound a little better. Can you just say a test sentence for us, Mr. Davis?
Hello?
It's still a little choppy.
I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Mr. Davis, you know what? I'm going to have someone reach out to you. I think we might do better with having you call in. It just sounds like your internet connection is a little unstable. So why don't we do that? Someone from my team will reach out to you and see if we can figure out how to get you called in with just phone, and we'll just come right back to you. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Sorry about that. All right. In the meantime, Anthony Daramath, we'll go ahead and move on to you so we can come back to Mr. Davis when we get his text sorted out.
All right,
There we are.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity. 24 years ago, I made a very poor choice in my life. I robbed the gas station I worked at. No rhyme or reason why. I feel very, very, very sorry for the lady that worked there. She was a very good friend and co-worker. I would love to apologize to her someday. Since my incarceration, I was in church. I went through AODA, anger management, plenty of therapy sessions and counseling to overcome some of my difficult pasts. I also received my HSED while I was incarcerated. Once I was released, pretty much followed the rules that were given to me. Stayed clean, haven't touched any drugs or alcohol since then. I've been a law-abiding citizen in my community. I volunteer in my children's lives. I do Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, basketball and baseball with my sons. My daughter, I've done Girl Scouts with, and since then, I've also, in 2003, I was married. Just celebrated 20 years this year, or this month. I guess I'm asking for this pardon because I'd like to be a productive member of society. I'm completely involved with my kids in schools, and I do a lot of after school activities, fundraisers and stuff like that. Boy Scout leader. There's all different things, and there's parts of these after school activities that I'm involved in that they restrict me because of my felony. And I guess if I was to be given this pardon, it would help out in those certain areas of being part of my kids' lives. Just to the world to me.
Thank you, Mr. Demarath, sorry. Questions from board members? No questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Demarath. I appreciate your time with the board today and hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon. As I think you've probably heard me tell other folks, you don't need to hang out on the Zoom, and you can expect to hear from the office in about a month or two about the outcome of today's hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think that we are still working on connectivity with Mr. Davis. So we will go ahead to our next applicant, Kevin Rick. Mr. Rick, are you on the Zoom with us? There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, start with my conviction. It was in 1990, traffic violation, hit and run. Buddy of mine drank too much. I decided to drive knowing I didn't have a license, which 33 years ago, I was pretty young and, didn't exactly know what kind of trouble I could have got into, and went and did it anyways because he was drinking. A lady missed her turn. It was pouring rain. We were doing maybe 15, 20 miles an hour. I slid into her. Instead of staying, I kind of freaked out and we took off. Later got stopped by the cops. Both got tested for drinking. I was not drinking. I didn't have any alcohol in my system whatsoever. He did have alcohol. And back then the legal limit was higher, obviously. But he was just over the legal limit. But anyways, they took down both names and all that stuff. And then I went in and confessed everything and told them, how it all happened and that I was driving, and sat, I think it was I think it was 3 months, 2 years probation. Like I think it was 22,000 in damages, which was all taken care of. There was no problems. I had no convictions on my, or no problems in my probation during my probation areas. Restitution was paid. Other than that, it's been pretty clear. Other than like in the last 15 years, I haven't had even a traffic ticket. I'm trying to think, not a whole lot of, other than I had a couple disorderly conducts back in the day. One I was attacked, which was not my fault. Other than that, I don't really have any other than traffic, especially back then was traffic. That's why I lost my license, was mainly traffic violations, speeding and stuff like that. And I'm trying to think. Other than that, I can't really think of anything other than that. I've been working pretty much the whole way through, mainly construction. I was in union. I hurt my back 10 so years. I've been having problems through the whole times, but past 10 years or so, I've been on really problems with my back. I went on disability. I think it's been 3 years now. So now I pretty much take care of my grandbabies, all, the ones that can't go to school, I take care of them. I get the ones on the bus, the ones that get off of the bus at noon, I take care of them. After school till my daughter and her husband get off work, then, well, actually both of my daughters, I take care of both of both of my grandbabies. Take care of them, and then when they get off, they pick them up, and it's same cycle every day, all week long. Other than that, I can't think of anything else due to my back, and like can't really pursue too much. I have COPD, so I have other medical issues. I need knee replacements, just all the medical from construction. And but other than that, I can't think of anything else other than hopefully I would get this. We do like to travel quite a bit. I like to go to Canada, which I can't. I'd like to get back into hunting when I used to do that when I was younger, which I can't. But if I can't, I guess I can't. But like I said, it's been 33 years ago, and I got a pretty clean record so far, and I'm only hoping for the best. So.
Thank you, Mr. Rick.
Thank you.
Questions from board members for Mr. Rick? Cindy.
Yeah, a couple of questions, Mr. Rick.
Sure.
First of all, you say that you had no problems on probation, but your probation was extended for.
That was due to money, ma'am. Sorry about that. Sorry, I interrupted you. That was due to I was between child support and paying my probation. I was like, I had to pay child support before I paid probation, and that's why it was extended, because I still owed money. It wasn't because I was in any trouble.
Okay.
It was just due to I owed more money on the restitution, and they couldn't release me till then. They had to extend it.
Okay.
It was actually extended, I think, for a year, and I paid it before that, and I got off early, something like that. It was, I can't remember. It's been, like I said, 33 years ago.
Well, you were given 2 years probation in 1991, and you didn't discharge till 1999. So I don't think anything happened early.
Well, okay, then I guess it wasn't early. I might have been mistaken. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Okay. All right.
I know it was due to money, though.
Sure. And I know
Yeah.
that's the process that people get extended when they have to pay. Okay, thank you for
Right.
that. Part of the application process, it's encouraged for applicants, not required, but it's encouraged that applicants submit letters of support from
Right.
family, friends, employers, and you didn't submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
I actually didn't even know about that. I kind of read up on some of it, but I didn't really even think about any of that at the time, because I tell just about everybody that, you know, my whole family, I mean, all the way down, my friends I hang out with that I play cards with, they all know I had felony. You know, they all know it was traffic. They all, you know,
Yeah,
I
it's-
actually didn't even really think about it at the time.
Okay, it's part of the application
I
process.
actually, yeah, and I didn't even think I was actually gonna get, you know, even called, you know, even to come up, because I applied you know, so.
Okay. My last question, you submitted to us your resume, and what caught my eye is you had a lot of different jobs, and most time it really probably any employer was about 2 years. Why did you move around so much?
It was construction, and I didn't pick very well jobs. A lot of the companies shut down. Like, I worked for quite a few guys that I thought were going to last, and they didn't. DF Construction I worked for, I think I worked for them for 4 or 5 years. I think that was the longest one I worked for. And then after that, I bounced from construction company to construction company, and due to like I said, my back, I've had back problems my whole life, so it's been one, you know, thing after another. Yeah, that's just pretty much it now. Other than, you know, medical issues, now it's COPD and knee replacements, and I need back surgery, neck surgery. It's just been all going for years, you know.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rick. Any other questions from the board? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Rick. Appreciate you sharing your story with us, and we will let you get back to, it sounds like, providing that childcare for your grandkids. So appreciate you don't need to stay on the Zoom, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that we have Mr. Davis back via phone. So Mr. Davis, if you are ready, we'll give this another shot with audio.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
We can. That sounds better, Mr. Davis. Thank you for working with us. We'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Sounds good. Okay, first and most, I would like to apologize for the inconvenience of the video. In the crime, it was a fleeing charge I committed over 20 years ago. It was a stupid act, and I'm living with it. I have been living with it. Why I ran or fled is beyond me. I mean, I had driver's license at the time. Just hanging around the wrong crowd. That exact same day, I just got my new apartment. And I guess I was just so excited and my adrenaline was pumping. So it was just really very, very stupid move. Because I didn't even have to flee. Because it ain't like I was illegal or had drugs or anything like that. I was just being stupid, you know. But since that, you know, I've been on the straight and narrow, haven't been in any trouble, haven't had any contact with the law, not even a speeding ticket, parking ticket. Met my wife of 20 years. She really put the ball down on me, you know, so she got me, you know, doing the right things, been working a lot, raising 4 kids. They're all grown now, got grandkids now in the process of raising. Started trucking. I started being a truck driver. Did that for over 15 years. got motivated to start my own company, transportation company. I did that. That's really off and on. So I'm still into the trucking. And my life is really basically, just upfront, basic, really no extravagant things. Just an everyday guy, living everyday life, working, raising kids. Like to be around my family. Don't really hang around a lot of people at all. Really got like a handful of people that I do hang around with, which is, my brothers, my sister-in-law, my wife. We do a lot of couple events and things like that I enjoy. We like to travel. That's the most thing that we do like to do is travel. My wife's been a big inspiration in my life. She's a nurse, so she's really, got the ball rolling with me, getting out, being with the wrong crowd, changing my life around, and which I commend her on that. I believe that I would like this partner because it can open up more doors for a business as far as getting, contracts through the TSA and more opportunities in that field. And I would just like this removed from my record. Like I said, it's been over 20 plus years ago. My sentence, I did my sentence, I paid my time, restitution. And I meant to say though, this felony charge that I committed, the same week, it was a misdemeanor. By the end of the week, it was a felony. So I was like pretty much like one of the first ones to get convicted as a felony under this charge. But I did it. I'm not regretting it. I mean, I do regret it. I'm not opposed that I've taken actions. So hopefully I can get this pardon. If not, it ain't really much I can say or do, but I would be more appreciative if I did, and it would help me out a lot in life to come.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate that. Any questions from board members for Mr. Davis? Nope. All right. Looks like you answered all our questions, Mr. Davis. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time, and you're welcome to log off and enjoy the rest of your day. We have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more applicant this afternoon, and that is Mr. Daryl Schumacher, who I believe I saw on the Zoom.
Hi.
Hello.
I want to first thank the board for hearing me out. What transpires, I was dealing with a work-related injury, and I was for about 5 years. I was dealing with it. Workman's comp was paying the bills, and what happened is they just up and just stopped. It's what caused me to end up having a burglary charge and a couple misinappropriate paying money. It's definitely something I'm not proud of. It's not who I am, and I know it's going to be brought up about having letters of recommendations and stuff, but I'm very ashamed of it. I hide it. It's caused actually just problems earlier this year with my wife and her mom and dad, is that they found out that that I had the felony, on my record, and they know me for who I was or for who I am, and so does my wife. And it's the conflict of knowing knowing for who I am, and that's why my wife married me. We've been married for 8 years, so it's been 12 since I had uh, the case, or, you know, I'm sorry, nervous. But you know, she saw me for who I was as a person. She also has a child, which if she didn't know who I was, she wouldn't want me around her son. You know, she's a great person. She works at a car dealership. She's a manager, and you know, she always checks background checks, and that's something that she never really brought up until this year too, as well as, you know, what brought it upon and stuff like that. And it was what brought it upon is there was nothing out there to help me to address the workman's comp. Not saying it was right for what I did. And like I said, I totally read what happened. I had a daughter that I had 50-50 placement. You know, I wasn't working. I couldn't collect unemployment. I had to get an attorney for the workman's comp, but of course I wouldn't be able to hear anything, have my case heard till 3 to 6 months, you know, after filing. And I totally regret what was done. It's just, that's definitely not who I am. I have definitely had no interaction with the police. You know, I've done several community things, worked at the food pantry. I've helped a few people apply for Social Security disability because I've gone to school for human services at WCTC, which I've graduated, and then Ottawa, I was doing it for social work, but of course, at the end, I had the internships, and they didn't inform me that, you know, dropped the bomb on me, saying, well, because of my felonies, I would not be able to do the internship, and that's what prevented me from finishing school. And I really enjoyed what I was doing, and I think my grades would show, you know, the time that I put into it and things like that. It was hard for me to get a job. I was dealing with Social Security disability at the same time because I got problems with my lower back and both my arms. I've had 8 surgeries on my left hand and 4 on my right and both shoulders. So it was causing me to get out of doing manufacturing and change my profession. That's why I chose social work. My main objective is to help the community through their families, children, with my degree with social work. It's been really hard dealing with this. I mean, I've been trying to get into work. I applied at Schreiber Foods to drive a fork truck. I passed it. You know, I got through the 3 interviews, and I get to the background check, and I'm told no, because I had a background, because I had the felony on there. And so I pretty much gave up, because I just figure if they're saying no, because they're just driving a fork truck, I'm just going to do the same thing's going to happen. I am currently on disability, so I'm, you know, able to have income that way, and keep my head above water and pay my bills and contribute to my family and stuff like that. But I want to be a more of a contributor to make it more even and stuff like that. Any questions, I guess?
Thank you, Mr. Schumacher. Questions from the board? Jerry.
I want to go back to the crime, Mr. Schumacher.
Yes.
You said in your application you were concerned that you and your daughter might even end up being homeless because you had no money, and that was why you committed the crimes. Was that what you were thinking at the time?
Yes, because it was a love for my daughter, but then, hoping that something would come up and I could give the money back, but I did give the money back right away. I paid my restitution even before the my sentencing date.
Okay. But your daughter, if you had in fact been homeless, your daughter could have gone back to her mother, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she could, yeah, she would have had that, yes.
Okay. And what's your relationship with your daughter these days?
I mean, she lives with her mom now because she gets to do what she wants, and we got rules under our roof, and that's pretty much where it's at. We get together for, you know, Christmas, and we 2 or 3 times a month we talk and stuff like that.
Okay, and one of the things you stole was a Kohl's gift card?
Well, like I told the officer, I said, I found that outside. I mean, I did find it outside. That was outside in the parking lot that was there. And I was up and honest with the officers about everything. So I didn't argue, you know, saying that
Well,
I did.
but at first you told the officer that your daughter had gotten it as a birthday present, right?
Oh God, this has been so long. Yeah, I can't really recollect that.
Okay.
I believe my understanding is that I said that it was out in the parking lot.
But the victim says that she had that in her apartment, and you took it from her apartment.
Well, like I said, I'm just being honest. I found it out there. That's where it was.
Well, but she said she had a receipt for some shoes, and they gave her the gift card, and it was in her apartment.
Like I said, I didn't see it anywhere else out on that parking lot.
Okay.
Out not right in our driveway, because our driveways and everything is sitting right, you know, right by our buildings.
Okay, and you took $500 in cash from her apartment.
No, I only did 2 checks. That was the only thing I did.
No, the 2 checks were from the guy's apartment.
No, the 2 checks. The 2 checks were from the lady that you were talking about.
Okay.
And then I wrote the check out in the gentleman's name and took it to his bank and cashed it. And it was for a total of $1,600.
Right. You took I'm sorry, you're right. You took the bank deposit slip and expired driver's license.
Yes.
And used that to set up a fake account.
No, I cashed the money in. That's what happened. I took the check and cashed the check in for cash given to me. That's what happened. So I didn't open up any bank account, sir. Sorry.
Well, wait, okay. Can you take me through this? You took the deposit slip and a driver's license from one apartment.
Correct.
And you took checks from another apartment.
Correct, yes.
And $500 in cash from the second apartment.
No, I didn't take any cash. I only took the 2 checks, and one was for $900 and the other one was for $600. And that's what I got from what is it, Anchor Bank, I believe.
Okay, and did you take any jewelry from the other apartment?
I did not.
From the woman's apartment?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Right. Any other questions from board members for Mr. Schumacher? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Schumacher. Appreciate you being with the board today and answering our questions. Hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And as you've heard me tell other folks, you can expect to hear from the office one way or another in about a month or 2.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. All right, that is our last applicant of the afternoon session. So with that, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session. The board will be moving into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board and considering specific applications, financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So
Cindy,
moved.
do I have a second? Jeff, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, the